Senator Michaela Kavanagh, you're recognized to speak.
Ooh, whoa, electric. It's electric. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you had a nice lunch break. I know some of you were in the Education Committee executive session, and I know what the outcome of that executive session was. And could I have a gavel? Could I have a heavier gavel? Thank you, Mr. President. So as Senator Jacobson, would you mind taking your conversation? Senator Jacobson, would you mind taking your conversation down a few notches, please? No? Thank you. Okay. How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
Thank you. So, the Education Committee voted out LB 575. LB 575 is the Sports and Spaces Bill. And it is my understanding that it will be scheduled quickly because it's on general file. And we only have today, tomorrow, and Tuesday to move general file bills. I wanted this session to go better than last year. I refuse, categorically, across the board, no question about it, I refuse to let this happen without a cost. And that cost is time. Period. So, get ready to call the question constantly. Get ready to hear my recipes, my movie synopsis, and on and on. Until 575 is dead, that's what we're going to be doing. It is unfortunate that there has been a juggernaut of wildly erratic legislation introduced this year, and that it has come to the floor of the legislature because our committees are broken. Because you gamed the system, Nebraskans are suffering. You continue to let down and disappoint Nebraska and its children in the name of saving its children, and its parents in the name of knowing better for parents when it comes to their children, except for when parents know best. If you agree with parents, then parents know best. If you disagree with parents, then you know best. This body loves to be a nanny state. You love big government, you love government overreach, you love being at my kitchen table and at everybody's kitchen table. You want to tell me what my kids should or shouldn't read, should or shouldn't watch, should or shouldn't learn. I may not be a perfect parent. I don't think one exists.
1 minute.
But I am a good parent. And as any good parent, I am going to stand up and I am going to fight for our children. And I don't care how many times Senator Kauth gets on the mic and says that she's fighting for our children. Everything that she has said outside of this chamber about these bills is vitriol. It is steeped in just disdain. She doesn't want to help our kids. She wants to harm transgendered kids. She wants to eliminate transgendered people from this state, whether it's driving them out of the state or making it impossible for them to live their authentic selves. 574 is a travesty. and the implementation of it has been a travesty.
That's your time, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. 574, as passed by this body and implemented by the chief medical officer, who took into consideration nothing that the medical providers and the parents and the kids themselves said about his rules and regulations. 574 already makes it impossible for transgender children to exist in this state with access to appropriate health care. And I'm not talking about cutting off genitals. I'm talking about therapy and puberty blockers and hormones. I'm talking about the things that you all acted like you were okay with. We have eradicated from their health care. We have taken away parental rights with 574. And now you want to ostracize these children even more. And I am going to ask over and over again until I get a direct, actual answer. Where is this a problem in Nebraska? Where? I don't want to hear about Riley Gaines. Where is this a problem in Nebraska? Where is it a problem in Nebraska to the point that we can't trust our schools and our parents and our communities to handle it? You all were fighting for local control this morning, and you want to take it away from schools this afternoon. Show me where this is a problem in Nebraska. Not somewhere else, Nebraska. So, we got a lot to get through. Today, tomorrow, next week. And all we're going to hear is about how we have a lot to get through. We passed the budget, such as it was. We don't have to get through anything. And we are choosing our priorities by scheduling 575 that just got out of committee today, above everything else, above all of your priorities. And every person that voted for that bill out of committee knew what they were doing to this body. So come up and tell me you're not going to vote for it, and we can move on. But none of you are going to do that. None of you are going to stand up to the freshman senator. You're all going to keep your heads down. You're going to complain about me talking, and you're going to do nothing. You have the control to end this, but you won't. It doesn't have to be scheduled. It doesn't. At this point in the session, it does not have to be scheduled. We still have the governor's taxes to talk about. That could take up an enormous amount of time. It does not have to be scheduled, but it will. Bet your bottom dollar it will be scheduled.
1 minute.
And then it'll move because 33 of you would rather take away parental rights than stand up to a colleague. You're fine with allowing sexual harassment in the workplace with not a word. You're fine with people introducing bills that cause our record to be a litany of pornography that you propose you want to eliminate, while also bringing it into the public where children exist. This is going to continue to put a blight on this legislature.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Kavanagh. Senator Jacobson announces that his wife Julie is here and under the north balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Michaela Kavanagh, you're recognized to speak, and this will be your third time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to have a better future for Nebraska's children. And I want to be a partner with my colleagues in delivering a better future for Nebraska's children. And I am disappointed that instead of focusing on things that kids really need, like housing and food, a good education, you want to focus on taking away parental rights. It is heartbreaking. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanagh. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I rise in support of the underlying bill. I rise in support of the amendment, and I rise in opposition to the return to select file. Thanks, Senator Lowe, for working on this bill. I'm going to talk primarily about the bill. And I feel like Senator Dorn, if he was here, would say the following, which I'm sort of embodying the Appropriations Committee side, and also Chairman Clements here. Thank you for the adjustments made in the general file, in the final reading bill, reduce the general fund obligation by about $1 million. So I'm looking at Senator Lowe. That's correct. Still reminding people that there are really good bills like this that will require one-time or ongoing funds. This is going to be, I believe right now, a one-time of 1.5 does require about 400,000, maybe 500,000 ongoing general funds. There will be revenue that comes from it, but it still won't completely cover it. But what we're doing is we are still, even though I support it, we're still spending general fund dollars, which is taking away from the green sheet on what we're expecting at the end of 26, 27. And when we are voting on A bills, I'm reminding everyone that every A bill that we're now passing on final reading that requires a general fund obligation is additional funds for us to be able to work on. So I just want to make sure that's clear. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Lowe, you're recognized to close and waive. The question before the body is the motion to return to select file. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, 4 nays on the motion to return to select file, Mr. President.
The motion is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Lowe would move to amend with AM 3277.
Senator Lowe, you're recognized to open.
Thank you. This will save the state $1 million.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3277. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The motion is adopted. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 685A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced for ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad would move to return Legislative Bill 1393 to select file for a specific amendment, that being AM 3353.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And again, thank you to Senator Hansen for his leadership and cooperation in making amendments to this measure on select file. It was brought to my attention by the bill drafters that they needed to make a slight change that they felt was beyond the scope of ENR. This is highly technical in nature. We had a reference in the NIL bill yesterday for ensuring that public records that the university is already subject to remains under our Public Records Act, and the floor amendment said subject to our Public Records Act, essentially. The drafters is asking us to strike that reference and to instead put the Nebraska revised statute actual sections of the Public Records Act on it in accordance with our practice. That is what is before you. I am sorry for the technical error and delay, but would appreciate your favorable consideration. I'm supportive of the measure and eager to move it forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to reiterate a whole lot of what Senator Conrad said. This is a friendly amendment, just kind of almost like a cleanup to the bill and some of the amendments that we did previously. So I encourage everyone to vote green on AM 3353. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Conrad, you're recognized to and waive closing. Members, the question is the motion to return. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
43 ayes, no nays on the motion to return, Mr. President.
The motion is adopted. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on AM 3353.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good afternoon, colleagues. This is the technical amendment that the bill drafter's office suggested to put the actual statutory reference for our commonly described Public Records Act in place instead of referring to it as the Public Records Act in the floor amendment that we adopted on select file. So it's a slight technical change. I'd appreciate your support, and again want to thank staff and thank Senator Hansen for his leadership and collaboration on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3353. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
44 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1393 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion to advance LB 1393 for ENR engrossing. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, pursuant to the agenda, select file Legislative Bill 856. I have no ENR amendments. Senator Frederickson, I have AM 2843 with a note you'd withdraw. Mr. President, in that case, Senator Frederickson would move to amend with AM 3218.
Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. So here is LB 856. This is my child care bill. So acknowledging the realities of the fiscal situation that we are in this year, I have been working with some of you on a compromise amendment to LB 856, and the result of that is AM 3218. So what this amendment does is that it removes the child care subsidy categorical eligibility we were creating for child care workers in the original bill. AM 3218 instead keeps an important technical change. Currently, if an employee at a child care facility who is otherwise eligible for child care subsidy provides any direct care to their child, they are unable to utilize the subsidy. This bill would require their employer to take reasonable steps to avoid an employee providing direct care to their child, but if no reasonable steps are available, they can provide direct care and the facility can still receive the subsidy for that care. This is especially important for small centers with limited staff or open floor plans who cannot reasonably keep kids and parents apart. This would also be helpful to assistants in family child care homes where they are not the owner-operator but an employee of the owner-operator. This is a common problem for providers in rural areas. I got the idea for this provision after meeting with the governor's office and discussing the importance of ensuring we weren't picking winners and losers between larger center-based providers and family providers. AM 3218 ensures greater access for those small providers. I also met with the governor's staff just this morning, and as a result, have a floor amendment to this amendment that will allow the department to develop rules and regulations consistent with these changes and to allow for an operative date of July 1st, 2025 to give the department more time to go through its process related to rules and regulations. While I am disappointed not to be moving forward with the larger proposal I initially brought, I know that taking this smaller step now will give us more time to analyze the data from Iowa and other states who have moved forward on categorical eligibility for providers. I've also introduced LR 427, which will examine the use of child care subsidy programs as an incentive to recruit and retain employees in the child care industry. I want to thank Senators Linehan, Ibaugh, and Hughes for co-sponsoring this study. I also want to thank all of those who co-sponsored LB 856 as originally drafted. I promise to bring back a version of this larger proposal back next year, and as we ensure the child care subsidy serves as a vehicle we need it to be for recruiting and retaining the child care workforce that we must have in place to address our state's larger workforce challenges. AM 3218 will also remove the need for the $10 million capped appropriation we advanced on general file. With that, I ask you to advance AM 3218 and LB 856.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Bostoman, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Frederickson moved to amend AM 3218 with FA 354.
Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to open on the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I stated earlier, this floor amendment allows the department to develop rules and regulations, and it also allows for an operative date of July 1st, 2025. I look forward to continuing to work in collaboration with the governor's office and other stakeholders, as well as child care providers in the coming months to continue to ensure our child care subsidy is working effectively and efficiently for businesses and workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Returning to the queue, Senator Bostoman, your record out of it. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to close and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of FA 354. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
FA 354 is adopted. Senator Frederickson, seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close on AM 3218 and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of 3218 amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3218 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 856 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 856 is advanced to ENR engrossing.
Mr. President,
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 856A. I have no ENR amendments. Senator Frederickson would move to indefinitely postpone legislative bill 856A.
Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So here's one of those strange moments where you try to kill your own bill. So I am asking the body to IPP this bill. This is the appropriations bill, which is no longer relevant. As I mentioned last time, we have addressed the fiscal component on this. So Jesus, take the wheel. Here we go. Let's bring it down. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close on the motion and waive. Members, the question is the motion to indefinitely postpone. All of those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays on the motion to indefinitely postpone the bill, Mr. President.
The motion is adopted.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1031. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 1031 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR 101 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1031 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion to advance for ENR engrossing. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1031A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1031A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1031A is advanced for ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 1335. First of all, Senator, there are ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 1335 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. They are adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Blood would move to amend with AM 3167.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I just want to let you know that this is not going to be a slow walk, as our speaker puts it, that there is a tweak in the bill that I'm requesting. I unfortunately have not had a chance to speak with Senator Mosher, so I'm going to go through it really quickly. What this amendment does is make sure that man-made right-of-way structures are not exempted from the Non-Game and Endangered Species Conservation Act. These structures have been observed by experts to be critical habitats for such species, and many of those experts testified as such in opposition to LB 1335. Now, we're talking about over 130 acres in right-of-way public lands that nearly 50% of threatened and endangered species rely on that we are putting at risk. Research has concluded roadside ditches are invaluable to plant and animal species. With so much land altered by human activity around roadsides, they often provide the only habitat available. Insects rely on the vegetation on roadsides, and wetlands within ditches are critical. This especially applies to Nebraska, with so much of our land dedicated to heavy ag development. Ditches, backslopes, and rights-of-ways are also the only corridors for wildlife to move, including bike lanes, trails, and bridges that LB 1335 includes for exemption. AM 3167 wants to protect these right-of-way structures for endangered species despite being man-made. and ODT has been able and can continue to consider environmental concerns in regards to endangered and threatened species while still completing projects efficiently. LB 1335 could see a risk of a degradation to ecosystems, and in my view, exempting any state agency from the Non-Game and Endangered Species Act is a huge risk for Nebraska's environment. With that, I encourage you to vote green for AM 3167.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Mosier, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 1335 makes changes in how the Game and Parks and the Department of Transportation work together to ensure that they don't harm endangered or threatened species. And through the process, the hearing showed that most everybody there said some things needed to be changed. There were some that, of course, testified against it. But the gist of the story is the Department of Roads, the first time they build a road, has to go through the entire process. They need to go to Game and Parks, and they follow the federal environmental laws, and it creates a lot of delay and expense to go through that process. But that's the federal law. Nebraska law allowed the Game and Parks to use some discretion in how they interpreted the federal regulations. And sometimes they required, rather than just a benefit, they required 2 times the amount of land that was being used in the right-of-way as an offset somewhere else. Then later on, if you would grade the right-of-way, not necessarily disturbing the pavement in the middle, but just grading the shoulders and the slopes to account for wear and tear from rain and snow and people driving on it, they would have to get another permit. And sometimes they were required to have another permanent easement somewhere set aside for disturbing that right-of-way. And so the Department of Roads approached me about this, and they felt that having an offset equal or better to the land that's being taken is enough for mitigation the first time, and then subsequent repairs have already been mitigated for. You shouldn't have to mitigate for those again. So Senator Blood's amendment is not just a tweak. It takes away over half of what the bill does. And we worked with Game and Parks and the Department of Transportation. We had their assistant attorney generals there to work up this language. And this is about the 7th or 8th revision that wound up being in this bill. And it's a negotiated settlement between Game and Parks and the Department of Transportation. So it's not, I don't want to open it up to take a few words out here and there to amend it, because like I say, it's a hostile amendment. It's not a tweak. It takes away about half of what the bill is intended to do. So I'd encourage you to vote against AM 3167 and for LB 1335. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I actually agree with Senator Mosier on most of what he said. And I think what's being missed is a disconnect, because if we pass this bill, we will be the only state in the United States that have this exemption. The only state in the United States that has this exemption. So we know in ag how important it is for us to protect what makes ag so awesome. We don't want to kill off nature. We don't want to kill off pollinators. We want to protect our land. But when we create waivers like this, we open like a really big door. Now, a lot of you live out in rural areas. If you walked into a ditch right now, what would you see besides water, maybe? You definitely see wildflowers. You would likely see small animals, small rodents, some good, some bad. You might see some birds partaking in the water. You have to really think about what some of these right-of-ways are. I again, am not trying to sink the bill. I am trying to change one sentence in the bill. It does not hurt his bill because I think it's wrong when we start tapping into environmental issues and wanting to be the only state in the United States that does this type of waiver. So that is all I'm asking. I think it's fair. It doesn't carry a fiscal note on it. And to be really frank, they've been going around it for decades, and it hasn't been a problem. I do understand what the intent of the bill is and how we're trying to help them, but I don't think this waiver is necessary. With that, I would yield back any time to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. There was a handout passed out, I believe, as Senator Blood, District 3, and the comments in there, the body of that was from the Sahara Club. I don't remember, I don't think I've ever had a time that I supported anything Sahara Club supported. And Senator Blood also commented we'd be the only state, if we pass this bill, we're the only state that does that. Can anyone think of anything else we do different from all of the states? Any ideas? Oh, someone said the unicameral. I forgot. Okay. So if we can afford to be different with the unicameral, then I think we can afford to be different with something that makes sense. This basically is a common sense approach to what we're trying to do. So this amendment, 3167, just so you know before you vote, is supported by the Sahara Club, and they're interested in your well-being, I think. That was a joke. So vote red on 3167, and then vote for 1335. By the way, that bill was advanced 8-0 out of transportation. So I think they thought about it. I think they reviewed what it is going to do and the ramifications thereof. So that's my 2 cents worth. I don't know where that 2 cents worth thing ever started from. But anyway, vote for the bill, vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Mosier, you're recognized to speak.
I'll be brief here. I think that Nebraska's environmental rules with the Game and Parks and the Department of Transportation and then the federal rules are more restrictive than any other state. Because Game and Parks had quite a bit of discretion in how they defined benefit. Benefit would be if you take part of the land and you disturb it and pave it or sod it or seed it. They take benefit would indicate that you would take an equal or slightly more in acreage, a space, and put it in perpetual easement. So it would be perpetually set aside, taken off the tax rolls, and it'll grow cattails or prairie grass or whatever's going to grow there. The first time you build a road, that's required. But Game and Parks sometimes, in their discretion and their negotiations, required twice as much property to be set aside, and in some cases 3 times the amount of property set aside. And then when you come back and disturb it in 10 years or 15 years to regrade that right away to get your slopes correct, then they'd have to get another permit, and then they'd have to have another offset. So you'd set more ground off in a permanent easement. I just don't think that's the Nebraska way. I think we should follow the state law or the federal laws as we're supposed to. The federal laws are always a backstop to everything we do. Whatever the federal laws are, they supersede our laws, but we shouldn't have Nebraska laws that are more restrictive than the federal requires. There's quite a bit more in the bill, and I don't know if anybody wants to get that much farther into it, but I would just suffice it to say that I would appreciate a no vote on 3167 and then a yes vote on 1335. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak, and this is your final time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, if you're actually following along and not just sitting on the side chatting, the only thing I am asking is on page 2, lines 6 and 7, to change it to say, or to take out including any right of way. That's it. Just like one little sentence. Because we know that the legislative intent of the Nebraska Non-Game and Endangered Species Conservation Act is to conserve species of wildlife and wild plants for human enjoyment and scientific purposes and ensure their perpetuation as viable components of their ecosystems. I did not write that, by the way. If we're making a good decision, we have to weigh all of the issues. Our friends of the Niobrara said that in their letter to us. What's being asked is not excessive. What's being asked is not going to change that things get made, things move forward. It's not going to change any of that. What it's going to do is just make sure that we add in that extra criteria to make sure that we protect what's environmentally important to the state of Nebraska. And it doesn't weaken what we do, as Senator Mosier just said. There is a lot in that bill. We're not asking for more restrictions. We're asking for a change in how we protect the environment. That's it. There's nothing more, nothing less. Look at the amendment. It is not going to hurt anything. DOT's been doing it always. We shouldn't give them an exception. And I've had a bunch of people come up and talk to me about the beetles. Until you guys started coming and talking to me, I didn't know anything about the beetle story, by the way. Not beetles like music, beetles like bugs. That's not what this is about. I just really worry when we do something that is not consistent with what other states are doing when it comes to the environment. Heck, in Colorado, I don't know if you've been to Colorado recently, but when they built new things, they made like a path over the highway for the animals to go ahead and migrate over the road. It was pretty amazing. There are states that are taking this seriously, and we need to be one of them. I can tell by the body that there's not a lot of people really thrilled about doing anything on this amendment, because I've never seen so many disinterested people this time of day. But you can't blame a girl for trying. You have a lot of organizations in Nebraska that are against this bill only because of those few little words. And something can happen between select and final, which would be really unfortunate because I'd love to see this bill move forward. But I do think that there are enough organizations that are concerned about this language that we could end up having to slow this bill down, and I would hate to see that, and I would not want to have to participate in that, but if we had enough concerned people come to my office, I would unfortunately have to do that. So I do see this as a big issue. I've been contacted by members of Green Bellevue in my district and Senator Sanders' district. I have been contacted by several city council people, and I have definitely been contacted by statewide organizations that protect the environment. So it's not a hippy-dippy amendment, not trying to save the planet. I'm just trying to make sure that we are consistent with the way that we allegedly view our environment here in Nebraska. Do you need to go by, Senator Kath? And with that, I would yield any time back to the president. If no one's in the queue, I would waive my closing.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Having waived closing, members, the question is the adoption of AM 3167. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
10 ayes, 24 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment fails. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1335 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 71 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion to adopt the ENR amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Hunt, I have a series of motions, MO 234, 233, 232, and 235, all with notes that she wishes to withdraw.
Without objection, they are withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Sanders would move to amend with AM 3284.
Senator Sanders, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Nebraska. LB 71 seeks to update our parental involvement and academic transparency statute. Thank you, Senator Meyer, for prioritizing this bill. LB 71 went through legislative process, beginning with an 8-0 vote out of Education Committee. On March 21, LB 71 had a 43-0 vote, moving it from general to select. I now ask for the legislative body to vote green, a green vote, moving this to final reading. LB 71 is a reasonable and common sense update to an outdated statute. Currently, statute school districts are required to create a parental involvement policy detailing the parent's right to access the district's efforts to involve parents in schools. I am proud of the work my office has done on this bill, and I'm thankful for the time that stakeholders, parents, and Education Committee have committed to improving this bill. Again, thank you to the parents who chose to be involved in their children's education, learning process, and the educators who seek academic transparency. There are two friendly amendments on LB 71. AM 3284 is a technical change which gives schools the adequate time they need to implement the policy. Second, Senator Hardin has worked with Senator Conrad and my office in amending AM 3312 to LB 71, which you will hear from Senator Hardin to follow me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Hardin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 3312 to LB 71 amends my bill, LB 1201, to the bill. LB 1201 is a simple bill. It allows students to remain in public preschools until they are 6 years old by adjusting requirements with early childhood education grants. Nebraska Statute 79-214 states that a school board shall not admit any child into kindergarten unless that child has reached the age of 5 years on or before July 31st of the calendar year in which the child is seeking admission. Title 92, Chapter 11 sets the guidelines for which children can be served with the early childhood education grants that many schools use to fund their preschool programs. Section 7-01A of Chapter 11 states that the children who may be served with the grant funds are all pre-kindergarten age children, ages 3 to kindergarten entrance age. This is where the issue lies because of Section 7-01A. Children are forced to leave a public preschool at age 5, and parents are faced with a decision of entering their child into kindergarten regardless if they're developmentally ready or not, or if they're forced to pay for a private preschool. This puts rural parents that may not have access to a private preschool or parents that do not have the ability to pay for a private preschool at a severe disadvantage when it comes to the development of their child. AM 3312 will make a change to allow a student to be served with an early childhood education grant until they reach the mandatory attendance age. 79-201 states a child is of mandatory attendance age if the child has reached 6 years of age prior to January 1st of then current school year. It's important to remember that this does not force students to stay in the public preschool and out of kindergarten until the mandatory attendance age. It simply gives power back to the parents to make the best decision for their student on whether to send them on to kindergarten at the optional entrance age or have their child academic redshirt and delay the start of kindergarten. It's crucial that we create an educational system that respects and nurtures the individual needs of each child. Research has consistently shown that delaying the start of formal schooling until the age of 6 can have numerous benefits for a child's overall development. Considering the cognitive aspect of a child's growth, at the age of 6, children often exhibit increased cognitive abilities, which enable them to grasp more complex concepts. Optionally delaying the start of kindergarten until the age of 6, we're allowing children the time they need to develop foundational skills in a less structured environment, promoting a more natural and sustainable approach to learning. Emotional and social development also play a significant role in a child's academic success. Waiting until 6 years old provides each child with the opportunity to further develop essential social skills, emotional resilience, and a sense of self before beginning their formal education. This promotes a stronger foundation for future academic success and a more positive school experience. Studies have shown that the 1-year delay reduces inattention and hyperactivity in children by as much as 73%. Beyond the mental and emotional benefits of delaying the start of kindergarten, there are also physical benefits to consider. Delaying until the age of 6 ensures that children have had ample time to develop fine and gross motor skills, enhancing their physical capabilities. More mature and coordinated children are more likely to actively engage in physical activities, contributing to a healthier lifestyle and overall well-being. We must also acknowledge the long-term benefits to the education system as a whole. Children who start kindergarten later often enter school with a higher level of readiness, reducing the likelihood of academic struggles, thank you, and overall dislike of school. If a child's able to begin school with better tools for success, they will in turn enjoy school more and have an overall better academic experience. This leads to a better environment for all involved in academics, from students to teachers to administrators. I want to thank Elizabeth Tegmeyer for bringing the idea to my office and for all the work she's done on this. LB 1201 was heard in committee on February 5th. There's a $0 fiscal note, and it came out 8-0. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hardin. Returning to the queue, Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to add a quick note thanking my friend Senator Hardin for bringing forth this legislation. It's been a really fun and impactful experience to work in collaboration with him and the State Board of Education members. Particularly want to give a shout out to board member Elizabeth Tegmeyer for her leadership and advocacy on this issue. And she travels a great deal from home to come down to the Capitol to work on these issues together, and of course serves our state on the State Board of Education as well. And it's just been really cool to work with them to focus on substantive issues to help improve access to quality early childhood opportunities for more kids, and particularly more kids in rural Nebraska. This was a smart, common sense way to go about it that didn't generate controversy, that didn't generate a significant fiscal impact in any way, shape, or form. And the other piece that I want to underscore, in addition to the importance of the substantive nature of the legislation, was I wanted to just put a clear point on the fact that there's a lot of hot button issues in the education world today, at our state board level and of course in our legislature as well. And these same controversies are playing out at school boards all across Nebraska and all across the country. But even though those issues cause a great deal of heartache and headache for all of the people involved, we're still finding a way to work together across the state and across the political spectrum on meaningful issues like access to early childhood. And that's what Senator Hardin's brought forward with our state board members. And I have really appreciated working with them on that. So thank you, Mr. President. Would appreciate your green vote as well.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Sanders, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3284. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 3284 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Hardin would move to amend with AM 3312.
Senator Hardin, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you. And so I'll refer you back 3 minutes in the day to what we did a little bit ago. So would appreciate a green vote on 3312 on our red shirt pre-K. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Hardin. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3312. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, no nays, on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3312 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 71 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. LB 71 is advanced for E&R engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 71A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 71A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 934. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 934 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The E&R amendment is adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Boston, I have MO 1299, 1298, and 1300 with notes that you would withdraw those three motions.
Without objection, they are withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Boston, I also have AM 2573, FA 309, FA 308, and FA 307 with notes that you would withdraw those amendments.
Without objection, they are withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Boston, I have AM 2574, adding an emergency clause.
Senator Boston, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Sorry, I heard Senator Conrad say I was done, and I thought, well, maybe I could just waive this. So this is an E clause. I would ask that we vote green on the E-clause amendment, which isn't up yet, so I don't recall the number. But I'm asking for your green vote.
Thank you, Senator Boson. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2574. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 2574 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 934 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1301. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 1301 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I have FA 205 with the note that Senator Decay would withdraw that amendment.
Without objection, it is withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Decay would offer AM 3182.
Senator Decay, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 3182 is a cleanup amendment to LB 1301. Currently, neither Nebraska law, LB 1301, nor the previously adopted amendments define the term non-resident alien. A couple of you came to me after the debate on general file asking if I could clarify that term in statute. AM 3182 would clarify who is a non-resident alien by borrowing the federal definition of a non-resident alien in 26 USC 7701B, used by the IRS to refer to aliens subject to United States tax code. Under this amendment, a non-resident would mean someone who is not a citizen of the United States, is not a national of the United States, is not a lawful permanent resident of the United States, and has not been physically present in the United States on at least 183 days during a 3-year period that includes the current year and the 2 years immediately before that. The term non-resident alien is then harmonized where needed in the rest of the bill. I work primarily with the Nebraska Appleseed Agricultural Committee staff and PRO to get this amendment to where we are today. I would ask for your green vote on AM 3182 and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Senator John Kavanagh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just got here just in time. I just want to say thanks to Senator Decay for working on this. It's been a pleasure, easy to work with. I appreciate his work on this bill overall and specifically getting to the place we're at in this amendment. So encourage your green vote on AM 3182. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Decay.
Thank you, Senator Kavanagh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Decay, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3182. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1301 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next bill, select file legislative bill 1301A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1301A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, legislative bill 1368. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 1368 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Ibach of AM 3202 with a note that you wish to withdraw.
It is withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Ibach would move to amend with AM 3281.
Senator Ibach, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, well, actually, in the words of John Lowe, I bring you good news. And it's not that the mint patties are back. I'm going to save the state some money today. So good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I ask for your support of AM 3281, which is a simple amendment which changes 3 items to AM 3002 that had been adopted on general file. Number 1, rather than requiring the Department of Natural Resources to adopt rules and regulations, we are now allowing them to adopt rules and regulations should the department find it necessary to do so. 2, originally it was required that the department apply for all grants and state, federal, and private sources to help find additional funds for this program. And since that would be a bit of a nightmare, we are asking them to making this provision permissive as well to allow the department to focus on the grants that have the biggest bang for the buck. And 3, here's the kicker, instead of a $5 million cash reserve transfer, and Senator Clements better be smiling back there, to help fund this program, we are now asking to transfer $1 million of interest that is accrued in the Water Resources Cash Fund, which is unobligated at this time to act as the seed money to help get this program off the ground. With that, I ask for your support of AM 3281 and LP 1368. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mosier would move to amend AM 3281 with AM 3357.
Senator Mosier, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues and the people of Nebraska. I'd like to thank Senator Ibach for allowing me to attach 3357 to 3281. This is my bill LB 1199. It was voted out of committee 8-0, and there was no opposition testimony during the hearing on the bill. It was at the request of the Department of Natural Resources to eliminate certain fees collected by the Department of Natural Resources for performing administrative duties generally set out in Nebraska Revised Statutes, Section 33-105, and constitutes the entire fee authority for the department, except for some explicit fees in Chapter 46 that are unaffected by this bill. Section 33-105 includes a list of fees for particular surface and groundwater use permit applications, a $10 default fee for the filing of any application for which a fee has been fixed, and a $1 fee for certifying certain documents. This bill will universally eliminate the filing fees for all administrative petitions, including the right for a hearing for dispositions made without a hearing under sections 61-206 with the APA. The rationale of the bill was to speed up and streamline administrative processing, reduce administrative accounting costs, and eliminate most mandates for fees to lower citizens' cost in conducting business with the department while simultaneously improving services. This bill will eliminate certain rarely used insignificant fees charged by the Department of Natural Resources in an effort to streamline the administrative processing and reduce administrative accounting costs. I ask for your support and ask you to vote green on AM 3357, AM 3281, and the underlying bill, LB 1368. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Ibaugh yield to a question?
Senator Ibaugh, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Is there any cash reserve transfer now with your amendment? How much of the $5 million will be transferred?
There is no cash reserve transfer with my bill.
And you mentioned $1 million is coming from interest on a fund. Is that it?
That's correct. It comes from the Water Resources Cash Fund, and it's the interest on that fund that has not been obligated.
All right. And the only other spending here is there's $706,000 for this program. It's already in our budget, and that's the only general fund that you're requesting?
I think that's for a different bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see that. 1368. Oh, yeah, this is the nitrogen bill. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of invasive species.
Right, so there is not a general fund issue here?
No, no general fund, no cash fund. I pulled it back.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Senator Ibaugh, would you yield to some follow-up questions to that?
Senator Ibaugh, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Great, thank you. As a follow-up, so it's not general funds. I think we knew that, but the cash fund transfer is eliminated. So the cash reserve transfer is eliminated, the $5 million. The cash fund transfer from the interest on that fund that you mentioned, is this ongoing or is this one time?
It's a one-time.
Okay, and that's all that it needs? So it's not distributing more money in terms of grants, it's just giving those months. What happens when that money runs out for the grant?
That's a very good question, because initially I asked for 5 million, which many of the organizations that support this bill didn't think that was near enough. But this money will allow us to get the program started. And then our goal is to find other grants that are available to continue to fund it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Those are the only questions I have. I won't be here. Senator Clements will be here. It's just a watchful eye every time we start a new program or we're expanding a program. And if there's not general funds for it, and eventually they are requesting general funds, it's something that we have to be mindful for as we're balancing our budget. Even though there's not going to be cash funds for it in the future, it's something that I just hope we're mindful for coming into the next biennium. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ibaugh, would you please yield to a question?
Senator Ibaugh, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Yes, I'm very supportive of this, and I don't remember, and if you could refresh our memories, is regenerative farming one of those that would be included as qualifying for or being a recipient of this grant funding?
Yes, it will, and I will depend on the Department of Natural Resources to actually identify all of the sources that are available. But yes, regenerative farming will be included.
Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I have supported this bill, and I think the key here is it is a very small fiscal note, and I think in my mind, what we normally look at with farmers is you've got the early adopters who come in and adopt new practices, and they do it because they see the value and they're prepared to go do it. There are others who are not as excited about doing it and sometimes need some incentives to come in and adopt the practice. Cover crops would be a good example. Where it took some incentives to get people to understand what value cover crops could bring. And now you've got a lot of producers out there today who will plant cover crops, whether there's a subsidy or not, because they see the value to soil health. I think that's the direction that we would be going with this bill. There's a lot of details that are not in it. Those would have to be worked out. as it moves forward. But I would hope that this would be a temporary need and would not be a long, ongoing fiscal note, and I would not expect this to necessarily grow much over the time. I would hope that we would be able to get people to come in and take more advantage of this, and then word of mouth among the ag community would get more people involved in doing this. So with that, I'm going to support the bill, even though there's a fiscal note on it, but I'm going to be very cautious about fiscal notes as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Dover, you're recognized to speak.
Yeah, I'd like to stand up in support of Senator Ibach's bill also. I think that in Nebraska we have land, we have water, we have wind, and we have good people. I think we need to take care of those things. And I think that the water needs to be seen as a true resource. It is. It needs to be clean, clear, drinkable, et cetera. We know we are challenged with nitrates in our state. We are around the Norfolk area, and I think we need to be looking for solutions. I think this is a positive solution. I think that we don't want to mandate these or any way. I don't think we want to mandate anything to farmers. I think farmers know how to take care of the ground and take care of the water. I do think Senator Ibach is a good opportunity here to explore different ways to take care of our nitrate problem in Nebraska, and I stand in support of that and ask you to vote green on Senator Ibach's bill on nitrates. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time to the floor.
Thank you, Senator Dover. Senator Michaela Kavanagh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been in support of this bill. I remain in support of this bill. I just wanted to let you know, colleagues, that you all owe my brother, Senator John Kavanagh, a huge thank you, because he talked me down and calmed me down. And he was right. For the record, April 4th, 2024, 2:58 p.m., I am saying my brother was right, that I am going to continue to debate the things that I oppose and support the things that I support. And I am going to fight with all of my might against 575, but I'm not going to take time that I don't think I need to take. And I am filing motions on every bill, but only as a preventative motion for other things not related to 575. So don't freak out too much when you go up to Diane's desk and see, what did Carol call it, a valley of gold? There's a lot of gold paper up there. So I just wanted to let everyone know, because you know me, I'm super transparent, that John Kavanagh was right. Let me clarify for the record, the permanent record. John Kavanagh Jr. was right. I needed to calm down. I'm still upset. I'm still going to fight, but I am going to let us get to some business that is important. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanagh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Moser, you're recognized to close on the amendment and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3357. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3357 is adopted.
I have nothing further this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, Senator Ibach, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say thank you to the senators who supported this bill and ask for your green light on AM 3281. Thank you.
Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3281. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
42 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1368 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is we'll continue with select file. In that case, Mr. President, pursuant to the Speaker's instructions, select file legislative bill 1368A. I have no E&R amendment. Senator Ibaugh would move to amend the bill with AM 3290.
Senator Ibaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This really is just the follow-up to the 5 million. So if you would push your green light, I will have the 5 million removed from our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3290. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3290 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1368A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
It's a debatable motion. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising for a brief point of personal privilege. Once again, oftentimes we're here in the legislature and we're in the final stretch and we have a lot of things to do. And in keeping with what's happened with people that have had significant impacts on my life, I just wanted to note that John Patterson from North Platte passed away this past week, whose funeral was today. I wish I could be there for he and his wife Edie and their family for the funeral, but I'm here in the legislature, and so I just want to note to Edie that I'm thinking of them. And John was a great individual who was very involved in North Platte in the area, served on the hospital board, most every board, and was really a wonderful community leader. Real loss to our community. John lived a good life, but wonderful individual. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Members, you've heard the motion to advance for E&R engrossing. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 20. I have FA 399 from Senator Dungan, as well as FA 336, both with notes that he would withdraw those.
So ordered.
I have an amendment FA 337 from Senator John Kavanagh with a note he would withdraw that.
So ordered.
And I have FA 365 from Senator Michaela Kavanagh that she would withdraw.
So ordered.
I also have MO 1370, 1369, and 1368 with notes to withdraw those motions.
Without objection, they are withdrawn.
And Mr. President, I have MO 1366 from Senator John Kavanagh that he would withdraw that motion.
Without objection, it is withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 20 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 20A. I have nothing on the bill, Senator.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 20A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1195 from Senator Conrad on general file. It's a bill for an act relating to the practice of law. Changes definitions of designated legal professional shortage area under the Legal Education for Public Service and Rural Practice Loan Repayment Assistance Act, changes provisions relating to county attorneys and public defenders, provides for payment of certain expenses for certain county attorneys, public defenders, coroners, and attorneys employed by such offices, changes provisions relating to the state settlement cash fund, transfers funds, harmonized provisions, repeals the original section. Bill was read for the first time on January 12th of this year and referred to the Judiciary Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments. There is an additional amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm pleased to introduce LB 1195 and just want to give you a very brief overview of what this measure looks like today on general file, hopefully after the committee amendment, which is very different than it looked upon introduction. Originally, LB 1195 was a collaborative effort to address workforce shortages for rural practice attorneys, specifically attorneys committed to public service, willing to serve as prosecutors and public defenders throughout the state, but in particular in rural parts of Nebraska. We were unable to have a meeting of the minds on some key components of that legislation, so we will continue the collaborative discussion and efforts into the interim period. However, thanks to Speaker Arch for designating that important measure as a speaker priority, we would hate to leave a speaker priority opportunity go unutilized at this point in the session. So due to the extraordinary nature that extraordinary opportunity that the judiciary had before it this year, typically, not always, but typically you see the judiciary identify and designate two committee priority bills, one generally related to civil practice and one related to more criminal justice issues. Due to the gravity and significance of so many criminal justice issues before the Judiciary Committee and the extraordinary opportunity to move forward on the Veterans Courts piece that didn't leave a lot of latitude for some of the civil practice issues that generally, not always, but generally are less controversial. So through a lot of collaboration and creativity, I was pleased to work together with Senator Wayne, the Judiciary Committee, Senator Bozen, Senator DeBoer, and Senator Blood, who all have component parts of this committee amendment that will be on the board soon, to try and identify measures that were related to civil practice, that were non-controversial, that had no opponents, that had no fiscal notes, that had been advanced otherwise, but didn't find a home on consent calendar. And so it was really cool to bring everybody together. And I want to thank Speaker Arch and particularly Senator Wayne for their leadership and guidance and support in this process that I think will help us move a lot of very important bills forward. I think each of the members who have measures up today will tell you a little bit about their components, but I wanted to make three things clear. So if you pick up 1195 and look at the copy as introduced, the committee amendment's going to gut that. 100%. There's not going to be anything left of the original 1195. We're going to keep working on that in the interim period and hopefully come back together in the next session. But the two bills that I have in the committee amendment that will replace the bill, one is LB 1265 and one is LB 1268. LB 1268 relates to updating our thresholds for homestead exemptions in the bankruptcy context. I brought this measure on behalf of the civil practice section at the UNL Law School. We had a great hearing on it. There was no opponents. It had been many years since we had updated this threshold and addressed a quirk in the law in related to the marriage penalty. So that's the first piece. The other piece is ensuring that the funds that we grant out through that we take in through court fees, and then we push some funds out to try and address the civil legal needs of Nebraskans and improve access to civil legal services in Nebraska. What we wanted to do was tighten up that program a little bit and provide some accountability. We have removed the controversial parts of the bill as that was originally introduced. And all this says is that if you are going to get a grant to provide civil legal services, you have to provide civil legal services. You can't use it to pad your bottom line for anything else at the nonprofit. And not only do you have to provide civil legal services, you got to prove you're providing them through a retainer or other sort of documentation. So those are my two parts. That removes the only opposition that was at the committee level. There is no fiscal impact. It doesn't change the dollars in the sense, but I think it has improved, hopefully, efficacy for how we utilize those public funds and fidelity to what those public funds were intended to do. With that, I stand ready to help answer any questions and appreciate the body's consideration of this proposal before you today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. As previously stated, there is a committee amendment. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am opening on AM 3291, which is the Judiciary Committee amendment. What we have here is a suite of bills, a flight of good government bills, as it were, that came out of the Judiciary Committee dealing with civil matters. We have LB 832 from Senator Blood. It came out of the committee 8-0. It has no fiscal impact and had no opposition in the hearing. That bill will authorize acceptance of cessation or retrocession of federal jurisdiction for juvenile matters and provide for concurrent jurisdiction. Then we have LB 902, which is my own bill. And that bill would provide that if you have a contract for a third-party guarantee of payment for a assisted living facility, that you cannot do that in the same stack of paper, that you have to have a separate stack of paper. And you sign that you will guarantee that as a separate document. It contains, in the committee amendment, changes made by AM 2857. It came out of committee 8-0. It has no fiscal impact and no opposition. We also have LB 1220 from Senator Bozen, which changes provisions relating to decedents' estates, transfers to minors, protected persons, powers of attorney for healthcare, trusts, and powers of attorney. That contains changes made by AM 2915. Came out of committee 8-0. It has no fiscal impact and had no opposition. As Senator Conrad has already discussed, we have LB 1265 and LB 1268. Again, no fiscal impact, and as amended, we are able to get rid of the opposition on one bill and had no opposition on the other bill. So I would ask for your green vote on this quintuple of good government and no impact fiscally, no opposition bills from the Judiciary Committee. I ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad moved to amend the committee amendment.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. In pulling together the different measures, I think that perhaps there was a technical error that had escaped my review until a moment ago, but we are striking one word in the committee amendment that's statewide. I don't think it's necessary because arguably all of the nonprofits that are providing legal services in Nebraska are chartered under Nebraska law and have a statewide reach, but I think it will provide perhaps some clarity and some comfort to those stakeholders involved. So I would ask you to strike the word statewide from the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive closing on the floor amendment. Members, the question is the adoption of FA 364. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
FA 364 is adopted. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to close on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I did just want to say thank you to the Speaker for the Speaker priority and Senator Conrad for allowing the Judiciary Committee to use her bill as a vehicle for these this great quintuple of good government civil practice bills from the Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3291. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Members, the question is Senator Conrad, excuse me. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to close and waive closing. The question is for the members is the advancement of LB 1195 to E and R initial. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 1195 is advanced to E and R initial. Items for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 262A, 287A, 867A, 1200A, 1355A, all correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Your Committee on Government, chaired by Senator Brewer, reports Legislative Bill 1417 to general file with committee amendments. Amendments to be printed, Senator John Kavanagh to LB 541. Michaela Kavanagh to Legislative Bill 685A. Amendment to be printed from Senator Bostar to LB 937A. Motions to be printed from Senator Michaela Kavanagh to LB 20, as well as an amendment to be printed to LB 20. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please proceed to the next item on the agenda.
Mr. President, General File Legislative Bill 1317. Senator Erdman would move to indefinitely postpone the bill pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. LB 1317 and AM 3246. LB 1317 as amended by AM 3246 encompasses many good bills that came front of the Revenue Committee, and we've been referring to this package as the Good Things for All Nebraska package. The bill includes the following, and I'm going to call on each senator who has something in the bill to explain their parts. Senator Bostar, would you yield to a question?
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Bostar, would you please explain what LB 1093 for the First Responder and Recruitment Retention Act will do?
Absolutely. LB 1093 was brought to clarify and harmonize provisions within the First Responder Recruitment and Retention Act that this body supported overwhelmingly last year. LB 1093 brings the definition of law enforcement officer in line with Chapter 81, making it consistent across statutes and aligning language with the intent of the original act. Under LB 1093, all professional law enforcement officers in good standing will receive the recruitment and retention benefits of the act. And I want to thank everyone that was a part of identifying these gaps and fixing them.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Appreciate that. The next part we will talk about is LB 1134. Senator Von Gillen, would you please explain what that does?
Senator Von Gillen, will you yield?
I will. Thank you, Senator Linehan. LB 1134 was brought to correct kind of an unusual thing that happens when Turk determines that a valuation on a property should be higher. The taxpayer owes additional taxes and interest is charged on that. What 1134 does was provide the taxpayer with a 30-day window to pay the balance owing before interest begins to accrue. So without it equalizes if you owe me money, if I owe you money, it's the same terms coming both directions based on a Turk evaluation. It came out of Committee 8-0 and has no fiscal note.
So this is a cleanup of Turk bill, basically.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillen. Senator Bostar, the next on my list here is LB 1217, which revises statutes to add property tax exemptions for nursing and living facilities. And I think you probably need some time here to explain what's going on in Lincoln if we don't do this, right?
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes, and thank you, absolutely. So LB 1217 proposes tax exemptions and valuation methods for some of the most unique and critically important classes of affordable and rent-restricted property in our state, which includes skilled nursing, nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, student housing operated by charitable organizations, land use restricted housing, and sale restricted housing. Nebraska has a dire shortage of affordable homes for low-income households, with only 77 units affordable and available in 2023 for every 100 renters with incomes at 50% of the area median. Land use restricted housing, commonly referred to as Section 42 housing, plays a vital and important role in ensuring access to affordable housing throughout our state. Unfortunately, undetected flaws in the valuation methods for Section 42 properties contained in the existing statutory provisions became amplified over time, leading to zero and sometimes negative valuations on certain projects due to fluctuations in income and expenditures. LB 1217 addresses these issues by averaging income and expenses as they become available, producing up to a 3-year rolling average for purposes of calculating valuations. Sales restricted housing is a form of shared equity homeownership that can take on a number of forms and assist low and middle income families participating in wealth building through homeownership, similar to the longstanding special valuation of Section 42 housing. LB 1217 proposes to apply a special valuation method in recognition of the limited marketability of these housing projects due to the explicit restrictions imposed on the sale of these properties.
Thank you, Senator Boster. I appreciate that. Senator Merman, again, I think this is a fix and something that's not set up quite right now. Would you like to explain 1397?
Senator Merman, would you yield?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Senator Linehan. My piece of LB 1317 was originally LB 1397, which looked at the classification of ag land. Specifically, this bill adds a provision which says that land use for non-agricultural or horticultural purposes, such as solar or wind farms, are not included in that classification. The logic behind this change is simple. Agricultural and horticultural property tax rate is for farming purposes only. In the case of creating wind and solar energy, this is a commercial venture. This classification is not about punishing any industry, but instead about making sure our classifications make sense to why we have them. The classification of ag land was designed to reflect the true nature of, as the name implies, agriculture. Wind and solar farms, whatever your position on them is, don't fit that nature. This is a bill that has a broad range of support from our agricultural community, including the Nebraska Cattlemen, Corn Growers, Farm Bureau, Pork Producers Association, Sorghum Producers, Soybean Association, State Dairy Association, Wheat Growers Association, and Renewable Fuels Nebraska. Thank you again, Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senator Merwin. Senator Clemens, you have an amendment too we can speak to right now, AM 1314, which is an inheritance tax fix, I believe.
Senator Clemens, would you yield?
Yes. I have AM 3314 is just the inheritance tax reporting cleanup from LB 1067. There's suggestions from the Department of Revenue. The current wording has created some issues. There are states that owe inheritance tax in multiple counties. Currently, they're reporting that tax to only one county. This would have them report the tax paid in each county so that the data that we get back on the reports is accurate. And so that's nothing to do with the inheritance tax rates, just how it's reported so it's more accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Von Gilleren, would you yield to a question?
Senator Von Gilleren, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Von Gilleren, could you explain what the Financial Institution Data Match Act does?
Yes, thank you. This was originally LB 1295, creates the Financial Institution Data Match Act. This establishes a system between the Department of Revenue and financial institutions that facilitates the identification of tax debtors. It outlines the procedures for data matching, confidentiality measures, and the potential involvement of vendors. It's not a new concept. This is already used by the state and the federal government. And the act made possible the financial institution data match for purposes originally so government agencies could locate the assets of those who hold child support obligations. This is a system that's in place. It's been utilized by DHHS to track down individuals who own child support debt, and it's been successful there. They have successfully navigated the privacy issues, which is one of the questions that came up in the conversation around this. It was voted out of committee 8-0. There's a small $85,000 fiscal note to implement it, but the Department of Revenue estimates that it'll generate approximately $2 million in additional revenue that they would not be able to track down the debtors of otherwise.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. Senator McKinney, could you tell us what yours, and we'll give you more time later, but get a start.
Senator McKinney.
Yes, I got shot. But LB 1043 is a bill that I brought to deal with nonprofit economic development corporations that, in my opinion, a lot of times hoard property. And what the bill does, it tells them they have a time period to develop the property. And if they don't develop the property within that time period, they begin to get penalized. And after a certain period of time, they could lose their tax exemption. And I brought the bill because a lot of property in my community is owned by nonprofit economic development corporations that are hoarding property. And it's a huge problem, not only in my district. And what we found in the hearing, it goes on across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. There's also fixes to the Good Life District Economic Development Act. And then.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McKinney yield to a question?
Senator McKinney, would you yield?
Yes.
We just ran short on time there, so I punched in. Is there anything else you'd like to add regarding your bill regarding taxation of properties?
Yes, it excludes political subdivisions. That's one thing I wanted to make a point of that I wasn't able to, that it excludes political subdivisions.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And also just to add a little bit more to the conversation, because it was a really intriguing hearing. As you mentioned, it's been found, and it's not just in your district. It's been determined, it was commented in the hearing that this is happening all over the state of Nebraska, where there are properties that are being held by nonprofit organizations who therefore defines those properties as property tax exempt, and they're sitting on those properties, allowing them to grow in value with possibly, maybe not any intention of ever developing them. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so this would eliminate that, what we kind of determined in the hearing was possibly a scamming of a good system, so.
Right.
Accurate? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I would also go ask Senator Linehan if she would yield.
Senator Linehan, would you yield?
Certainly.
Same thing, we just ran out of time there at the end. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, a very important part is LB 863, which revises statute section 772716. So last year, if you'll recall, we did a fix, but we overfixed. We had a mistake in drafting fiscal note. We missed it. So there is a group of people who most likely would be over 65, if not over 70, or close to 70, that were in the old FERS retirement system, the federal retirement system, previous to 1982 or 83. I think it was 82. They never paid into Social Security, so they don't get Social Security. So last year, what we did is if they weren't on Social Security, we exempted income taxes on that FERS retirement. What happened in the mix was people like myself, who I have a federal retirement, but I also paid into Social Security because I didn't go into federal government until the 90s. So I should not get that exemption. So this fixes the bill. So it's only those that don't also get Social Security. So this is actually a fiscal note the Revenue Committee is bringing that brings us revenue. Now, there'll be some revenue loss here, but I think the fiscal note said that this is a correction that will save the state $12 million. Also, can we yield time if we've been yielded? I would suggest that maybe Senator Bostar has some other things to say.
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Just wanted to touch on
That's all right.
LB 1218, which I'm sure we'll have more.
Excuse me, Senator Bostar.
We can't.
I would ask Senator Bostar if he would yield.
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren, Mr. President. So LB 1317 also includes provisions of LB 1218, which is legislation to establish an excise tax on electric energy used at commercial electric vehicle charging stations, makes federal dollars accessible to the state of Nebraska for electric vehicle infrastructure through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program, and establish regulations for the construction and operation of commercial electric vehicle charging stations.
1 minute.
Thank you. LB 1218 was supported by the Nebraska Department of Transportation. And without the passage of this legislation, the $30,214,832 estimated dollars by the U.S. Federal Highway Administration that Nebraska is eligible to receive will not be available to our state. And we would not enjoy the opportunity to enhance our transportation infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
How much means?
33 seconds.
Okay, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to open on your priority motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was overlooked. I should have been up before you recognized Senator Von Gilleren. I didn't take a point of personal privilege, but we need to be aware of the fact that I had a priority motion. I should have been second after Senator Linehan. So just let me say a few things about this bill and specifically about what Senator Bostar just mentioned about the electric charging stations. It's not my intention to take this for the full 8 hours. My intention is to be able to make several points about this bill. It is a significant lift to have this many bills included in one bill. We've talked about that several times. So I'm going to speak about the electric charging stations and the fallacy that people have the opinion if we don't do it exactly according to this bill, we won't get the money from the federal government. I don't believe that to be the case, and I will explain that. And I also have an amendment that will be up later. And so I will try to help this bill move along so that it gets to my amendment and others that fix the issue that I have with these electric charging stations. These electric charging stations, these EV stations, are here to stay. We have to figure out a way to collect enough money for them to pay the road tax they should be paying, equal to what the fossil fuel vehicles pay. But anyway, let me go through this, and then when it comes time for the amendment, I won't spend a lot of time on it, but I want to give you time to think about it. Okay, first of all, the electric vehicle provision in this legislation is problematic to our security. It's a very security concern to me. The electric vehicle charging stations contain Chinese components made, and they should be outlawed because of these Chinese components. We have voted on several bills to ensure we don't have foreign components in any of the equipment in this state. You may remember last year we had a bill by Senator Bostar that had legislation that enacted the law to rip out and replace the telecommunications equipment made by Chinese companies. Then we had LB 120, a bill by Senator Bosselman that doesn't allow foreign components within 10 miles of military installations. This was included in the bill passed on select file. Then we have LB 1120, a bill by Senator Hardin that seeks to protect land within and restrict within 10 miles radius around military installations being purchased by an individual or individuals affiliated with foreign adversaries. We passed this yesterday or the day before, whenever that was. The bill's on final reading. LB 1300, a bill by Senator Bostar that prepares the state to supply and the supply chain critical infrastructure for the risk of Pacific conflict. Again, this is a bill to ensure that we do not have any foreign adversaries within our critical infrastructure and to ensure going forward we are protected. And lastly, LB 1301, a bill by Senator Takei to adopt Foreign-Owned Real Estate National Security Act and modernize existing statutes relating to the state's restrictions on foreign persons or foreign-owned companies from owning agricultural land. We passed that bill 39-0. So we have passed all these bills to protect Nebraska against foreign adversaries, mainly China. The electric vehicle language in this bill brings Chinese components directly into the electric infrastructure. This is a problem. We have outlawed this and all other legislation. Now is the time to do this on this bill as well. My amendment will make sure all components and parts of the commercial electric vehicle charging stations are direct current charging stations shall be produced, manufactured, assembled within the United States. In order to be eligible for the program funds administered from the state of Nebraska, these not only these, but they must keep with the American-made projects and the infrastructure to keep it safe. There was a bipartisan vote by both the House and Senate on the Congressional Review Act resolution to overturn the Biden administration Buy America waiver for the federal electric vehicle chargers. That's exactly right. The Biden administration waived the Buy America provision from the NEVI funds. The waiver allows Chinese companies to benefit the profit from the growing need for charging infrastructure in the United States. President Biden vetoed the resolution, therefore keeping the Chinese components and electric vehicle charging components in our charging stations. The waiver of Buy America resolution would send American tax dollars to overseas companies and competitors and make America more dependent on the supply chain controlled by foreign adversaries, including the Chinese Communist Party. My amendment will ensure American businesses remain in the forefront of the electric vehicle innovation and manufacturing. And unless the United States act like this amendment does, we are allowing foreign companies to profit from Nebraska, and a worse yet scenario, opening our manufacturing to Chinese manufacturers and compromising internet connection, charging stations that can weaken and havoc our infrastructure. So let me read you what the amendment is. It's very simple and straightforward. The amendment is starting on section 55, page 48 on the amendment to the bill. On section 45 says, for the purpose of this section, program means the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure or Formula Program of the Federal Highway Administration of the United States Department of Transportation. All components, parts of a commercial electric charging station or a direct current fast charging station shall be produced, manufactured, and assembled within the United States in order to be eligible for the program funds administered by the state of Nebraska. As a requirement before receiving any of these funds for the program, an eligible recipient of the program funds shall first submit documentation to the Nebraska Department of Transportation in a manner prescribed by the department, clarifying the national origin of all components and parts for each commercial electric vehicle charging station or direct current fast charging station operated by the recipient of such funds. That's the amendment. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to fix in this bill. There are going to be other amendments that speak about these electric charging stations. We have spent a significant amount of time developing and passing those bills that I spoke about that protect our infrastructure and our security. If in fact we have passed those bills, and two of those bills were Senator Bostar's, I believe it is time for us to fix this so that we can also be secure in our electric charging stations. And if you want to see the resolution and the override, they tried to override President Biden's veto, and they were not able to do that. And so don't let anybody tell you that we won't be able to get the funds if we don't pass it as it is. And don't let the Department of Transportation, anyone tell you that there is a provision to have American-only parts. That's not the case. I've just stated that, and you should understand that. So if I have any time left, I yield that to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, you have 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask if Senator Bostar would yield to a question.
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yes.
So Senator Bostar, there are a lot of people out in the lobby. Do you want some more time on your part of the bill about, we are, explain again what you're trying to do with electric vehicles.
Okay, so there is federal dollars available. Nebraska has an allocation of approximately $30 million. In order to receive those funds, there are certain things we need to do in statute, particularly allow for the kilowatt hour sales of electricity through commercial vehicle charging stations. Now, when we start on that path, we get a lot of folks with a lot of thoughts, and that's fine. And so we end up where we have legislation that is to ensure we can pull down the federal funds, that we are ensuring that all vehicles are paying for roads and road construction.
So Senator Bostar, can I interrupt you just
Absolutely.
quickly? How long, I remember you brought this bill last year, right?
Yes.
and in frustration, you stopped. And so you've been working on this pretty much nonstop for 2 years?
At least, yes.
At least. Okay,
Yeah, I'll add just briefly, if I may. This is the last opportunity. If we don't actually pass it this session, we don't have another shot at getting the money.
Okay, thank you, Senator Boster.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan, Bostar, and Erdman. Senator Linehan, did you conclude?
Yes.
Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I do rise today opposed to the indefinitely postponed motion, and I am in favor of LB 1317. As I spoke about yesterday, when you look at a committee statement, it often contains a lot of helpful information, but one of the first things you can look at is whether or not a bill came out of committee unanimously or not. I was in support and remain in support of LB 1317 because I think that all things considered, the bill does a lot to really help Nebraskans, and I think it does a lot to both clean up some issues that came up last year while then addressing some ongoing issues that we have. It is a package bill, and so I think that so far the introducers have done a very good job of introducing their individual portions. I understand that people may have questions about one part or a different part as we go on here today. But I just wanted to be on the record voicing my clear support for LB 1317 because I think it seeks to achieve a lot of really beneficial goals. And I want to thank the rest of the Revenue Committee for working very hard to get these bills to a place where they do come out, obviously 8-0, understanding people aren't always happy with certain parts of it, but sometimes you make decisions to push things forward. I understand some people in the lobby may not be happy with certain parts of this, but I know Senator Bostar has worked very hard on this. Senator Linehan has worked very hard on her parts. And so I do think that the bulk of LB 1317 is things that we can all agree on. So I would urge a red vote on the IPP motion. I would urge a green vote on LB 1317, and I would yield the remainder of my time to Senator Bostar.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Bostar, you have 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dungan. I wanted to take just a moment to speak to the proposed amendment from Senator Erdman, although it isn't on the board yet. So, Senator Erdman, here's what I'm thinking about your amendment. I agree with it. But here's what I want to do. Because as Senator Erdman knows, he mentioned a few bills of mine that I've worked on and championed and tried to shepherd through the legislative process that would ensure we are protecting Nebraskans from foreign threats. And I think that is a critical endeavor of this body. So what I would ask of Senator Erdman is for us to just work on the language. I just want to ensure that we aren't putting in language that could have unintended consequences. I think we want to ensure that the consequences of the amendment are to make sure that this is American production, American products, especially if it's going to be using U.S. and Nebraska incentives. So I'm on board. That's what I want to do. I just would ask that if he would just work with me on the amendment language, I would be really appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Senator Brandt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Bostar be available for a question?
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Bostar, I know you've probably done more work on the problem that Lancaster County has had on valuing low-income housing, and the consequence of that, I believe, is now we've seen old people's homes and sororities and fraternities, and they're getting hung with astronomical valuations and possible taxation. Can you tell me maybe in a minute how that all happened?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the question, because I think this background is important. So we have in statute currently provisions for assessing rent-restricted housing, particularly Section 42 housing, at below market levels. the way it's written had some unintended consequences that have compounded over the years, to the extent that we were seeing valuations, not just in Lancaster County, but this started in Lancaster County, seeing valuations of 0 and negative amounts. And so what happened is, frankly, eventually, my understanding is the county and the assessor got kind of tired of $0 valuations for property. And so they went to Turk and effectively got permission to revalue the properties using another method. They were approved to use market-based valuation, basically ignoring what we have in statute. And so what was very low valuations, and the intent of the statute was to provide some valuation relief, ended up being full market value. So you had multiples of thousands of percents valuation spikes for certain kinds of property across the county that led to a lawsuit. The provisions proposed in legislation in this bill would satisfy the parties on both sides of the lawsuit. If you look at the testifiers who came in, both sides, both the counties as well as the plaintiffs on the case, both came in and testified as proponents for this, because I think it strikes a nice balance. It should eliminate the 0 valuation, should eliminate the negative valuations, but still be responsive to the realities that if you can't collect market rents, it's really hard to pay market assessments. And so we're trying to solve that.
And I would agree with that until that apartment house sells and the new owner makes it non-restrictive housing, because much like a house or farm ground, just looking at the building, it's going to have that true value. So what is the equation to establish new value? Do they take a % of market value, or how does this work? Do you have any idea?
So for Section 42, there's actually a formula, and it basically goes into income and expenses. And so it's derived through a formula through that. And I can get you that. I can't rattle off the formula off the top of my head, but it is a income and expense derived solution for finding that valuation.
Do you know if the Revenue Committee fiscal note, or the bill that this originally was, does the fiscal note reflect what that costs the state of Nebraska to use this new valuation, or does it make the state money?
1 minute.
So I would say that since we are just talking about the impact on property tax valuations, we don't see an implication at the state level. There is obviously an impact at the subdivision level, right? Because you're changing what the valuation is of properties within a given area. So there will be changes, right? Some will come down, some from where they have been historically. Some will come up from where they have been historically. I think it will be, for the most part, a wash. We didn't get any opposition to this. We had counties come in and support, as well as the property owners and developers as well. I think you're not going to see seismic shifts in that. I think this is something that means a great deal to a few.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think more, I don't know if it's concerns as it is questions about that Section 44, Senator Bostar's bill with EV charging stations. I was hoping he could yield to a couple of questions.
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I just got my head into this here a little bit ago. I didn't get a chance to ask Senator Bostar these questions beforehand. But the purpose, and maybe you brought this up and I missed it, but the purpose of this section preventing public power from putting in charging stations or limiting their ability to do it, what's the purpose of doing that? Why put it in here at all?
The right of first refusal?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. And I think what was alluded to a little bit with some of the dialogue I had on the mic with Senator Linehan is this EV bill exists in a very delicate state. And we haven't gotten to a place where everyone is on board. That's a reality. We're closer than we were a year ago, which is saying something. But there are challenges, and one of the things that the private fuel retailers wanted was to ensure that they weren't having to compete head to head with a public entity. I think the idea being that would be inherently unfair within the marketplace. So the right of first refusal exclusion provisions were included to allow the private sector to develop first in an area. And if that development didn't happen, then the public sector could come in and develop. That's the intent behind that.
Okay, and I know it's a kind of a tricky situation because we do have private, competing with public, power in essence. And so I can kind of see maybe where the intent lies, like kind of what you just mentioned. And I know if public power decides to put an EV charging station in a certain location, they have to put it in a notice 90 days prior, correct?
Yes.
Does the private entity who wants to put one in, do they have to put notice in the paper?
No.
Okay. And is that mainly to notify private industry that they're going to put one in so they could put one in before them and have first right of refusal?
Yeah, I mean, that's the execution of the first right of refusal, right? So that would be the notice portion, is the public entity would have to notice their intent to develop in a manner, in this case, in the paper or something of circulation, so that the private sector could identify that, say, yeah, okay, they want to build here, and then they could look to see if they wanted to develop in that area, and if so, they could execute their first right of refusal.
Okay, and I think my primary goal would be to make sure that the people of Nebraska or people coming through Nebraska are able to get the cheapest power supply that they could for these electric charging stations.
Sure.
And I think this might hinder that a little bit, right? I think if we're looking out for the taxpayer in Nebraska, allowing them both equal opportunity to put in charging stations without first right of refusal, and if that ends up leading to cheaper, power supply for people for their cars because of public power, I think that's not a bad thing. But I also understand maybe what you're trying to do with this bill because of the situation between public and private. If we ended up modifying this or taking it out, would that still affect our ability to get federal money?
No.
Okay. I'm still listening to the conversation. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
1 minute.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this section in particular. So
Yeah. If I may just follow up on that. So no, the provisions that we're talking about now wouldn't impact the eligibility for the federal funds. But I would say that having tried to work on this for the last 2 years, there isn't a way to get the bill to a position where everybody's happy. Right. So if you scale back on the right of first refusal provisions, you're then going to engender opposition from the private sector. Right. And so it's just this balancing act. This is the way the bill came out. But I absolutely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think you're in a tough position trying to balance what makes people happy versus what's fair. I think that's the rub. I think right now I think you've worked hard on this bill in this section as well. And so. I just want to clarify some of those questions so I can kind of figure out what to do with this. So
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
That's your time, senators. Senator Ibach, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to share a couple observations from my public power managers who have been in touch with me, and we've kind of been back and forth regarding the EV, and I really appreciate this dialogue because it speaks directly to what some of their concerns are, and it ties in with Senator Hansen and Senator Erdman's comments, and therefore I appreciate Senator Bostar's comments on this. From one of my managers, he says within LB 1317 has language about right of first refusal that would prohibit or restrict electric companies within Nebraska from installing or building electric vehicle charging stations. And then he kind of gives some examples, which you can appreciate because it kind of dumbs it down for me. But it says if the twilight zone were still on today, this would make a great script. Electric utilities prohibited from selling electricity to an end-use customer. While we're at it, he says maybe we can create a bill that restricts local internet or cell companies in a way that they would have to get first right of refusal from Verizon or AT&T. Or another example he gives is local ranchers from selling beef without Walmart's approval. He says Section 44 on page 47 goes too far and takes the control out of local communities and favors vendors from outside the state, which I think is what Senator Erdman was alluding to. Restricting an electric company from selling electricity will set a bad precedent and impact other future decisions. I have another manager that reached out to me as well and says that within the amendment is the inclusion of LB 1218, which contains language about electric vehicle charging stations and taxation. The Nebraska Rural Electric Association has been working for years to help create changes to deal with this emerging technology. We are generally supportive of the changes. However, along with other power providers in the state, we're opposed to one particular section of LB 1218 and testified to this at the hearing, which I was not privy to, but they've provided that they were at the hearing. He goes on to say it's extremely unfair for us to allow other businesses to participate in our business space and then say that we must get permission from these other businesses to do what we may want to do. This is a direct affront to free enterprise. There are already 250 plus charging stations in the state that have been successfully implemented without these restrictions. The only reason to implement these restrictions is to give preference to special interest groups who want to have a monopoly on this area of commerce. Removing Section 44 does not affect the essential elements of this bill, and he's urging me to share this information. So, as Senator Erdman and Senator Hansen both alluded, EV stations, I think, are likely here to stay, but we should not exclude the local control. So anyway, I appreciate this dialogue. I appreciate Senator Bostar's input on it, and I would yield my time back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. For full disclosure, I am wildly supportive of electric vehicles. I own 2 of them. Also, with our company, we've installed 6 electric vehicle charging stations, and most of those stations were established using a grant from the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy from the settlement funds from the Volkswagen emission scandal. So we were able to do this with getting funds because those components and parts are incredibly expensive. And so I hear Senator Erdman's complaint about Chinese equipment, Chinese components. But I think if we step back and look at the broader picture of our trading partner, China, the Republic of China, Communist Party, whatever, they are a significant trading partner for us, our agriculture products. And I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, particularly when it comes to electric vehicle charging stations. A lot of those components are manufactured already in the United States of America. But I heard Senator Hansen's comments, and I thought they were all very well taken. You know, establishing additional electric vehicle charging stations is going to happen, whether it's the private sector or the public sector. And I'd like to see the public sector step in more. That was a suggestion I had with the Department of Transportation. We should have EV charging stations at the rest areas along Interstate 80. But I was concerned, and this question is for Senator Bostar. Will you yield to a question?
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes.
Okay, here's the question. So we know that there's a big difference between EV electric vehicles and those vehicles that have emissions. And so how did you come about establishing that excise tax amount? And my thought process, for full disclosure, is because electric vehicles, they use the roads just the same as the emission-emitting vehicles. But the point is, they have zero emissions. So shouldn't there be an incentive? And how does the current excise tax that you've established in this legislation compare to those vehicles that emit emissions?
Well, yeah, thank you for the question. I will start by saying that these provisions that you're asking about are similar to all of the provisions in the bill insofar as they are the result of a great deal of compromise and negotiation with a multitude of stakeholders and interests. So I'll start there. So 3 cents. So we're seeing this pick up more and more of establishing excise taxes on electricity sales from commercial vehicle charging stations, and that revenue being put forward into roads funding, roads maintenance, roads repair, road creation. And 3 cents is about on par with what we have seen other states create. So that's my understanding of where the proposal for 3 cents per kilowatt hour came from. And it's, you know, there's a lot of variables at play. And I understand the argument that should there be, you know, effectively a discount for, you know, emissions and that sort of thing. And I think that's fair. I think 3 cents per kilowatt hour, if you were to just use commercial vehicle charging stations only, I still think you'd end up paying less than you would in gas taxes.
Okay. The question I have, would you be able to get us more information on how that compares with the excise tax on ethanol blends versus unleaded blends versus, and I'd like to see your data on all of the surrounding states and how you got to that comparable excise tax, because as you stated correctly, I'm big on there should be an incentive for us to look at giving a discount to those that have no emissions. And then can a public entity qualify for some of the federal dollars? I know you have your right of first refusal, but can a public entity be in line? I know that they're in line for some of the grant money from the Volkswagen emissions settlement funds.
It's my understanding that they can. I can certainly verify that. You know, the money would come down to the Department of Transportation here at the state level is my understanding of how that logistically would work. But I think
senators,
it's broadly applicable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostar.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciated Senator Bostar's comments about working together. I exactly hope that would be the case. So let me just share this. We're on day 55, and we don't have a lot of time to make amendments and do those kind of things. And so I'm not intending to hold up this bill, especially the whole 1317, because a lot of people have worked hard on it. That's not my goal. But my goal is to fix this, and I had intended to not leave that IPP motion up there long so we can get to the amendments. But I will leave that IPP up there until we have an agreement going forward on how we're going to deal with these. And if we don't get an agreement, then that IPP will stay there and we'll go 8 hours. And I don't want to go 8 hours. I don't know of anybody in here that wants to go 8 hours. And I know the redcoats don't want to go 8 hours. Right, Burdette? Okay. So as soon as possible, Senator Bostar and I need to sit down and figure out what the language should be. I don't think Brandon wants to go 8 hours either. We need to sit down on what the language needs to be and get that done real soon. Because I would like to pull that IPP motion and move to the amendments. But that's my charge, that's my intention, and I'm willing to move on as soon as we can figure out how to do that. Thank you.
Senator Dover, you are recognized to speak.
Yeah, I received a letter from Mark Johnson at Elkhorn Rural Public Power. I just want to read part of it. I'm not up to speed on this, but I think this might help some that may be the same position I am. They have opposition to it, not the entirety, but actually Section 44 that I was talking to Senator Erdman on. Public Power was asked if they would draft the language to allow electric vehicle charging station operators to sell electricity in our state by the kilowatt. Currently, only Public Power is authorized to sell electricity by the kilowatt in Nebraska. They didn't say no. They entered into the process in good faith and were produced the language you see in this bill that allows for the private operators to resell electricity in Nebraska. This is important because selling by the kilowatt hour is a requirement to receive much of the available grant dollars. Section 44 goes too far. It says that a public power district can't own or operate EV charging stations without first obtaining a right of first refusal from any private operator within 15 miles of a opposed site that has plans to construct a fast charging station within the next 18 months. Public power should not have to ask anyone permission to sell electricity in their state. This is what they do, and this is the core to their business. Section 44 is the solution in search of a problem. Public power can be a good partner on these projects. They're more than happy to sell these companies the electricity that they need to power these charges. They can't support a statute that says public power is not allowed to sell electricity in Nebraska without first obtaining permission to do so. There are 256 level C DC fast chargers in Nebraska. These were all successfully installed without the right of first refusal provisions in Section 44. We know of no project where public power has undercut a private charging station operator. Quite the opposite. These very same companies often seek out public power to partner with on these projects. We know of no evidence of any problem that would justify this clause in the bill. Removing Section 44 in the bill would not change any of the essential elements of the bill. It would still allow the private companies to access federal NEVI funds. They seek to help to install these charging stations. I wonder if Senator Bostar would yield to a question.
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Is he here? Okay. I guess I will just, but my main concern is why are we limiting them? If it doesn't affect them, I think that this would limit perhaps what's available in Nebraska. And then think about if you're in a small town, is there one gas station or is there one truck stop? If you're in a small town, isn't there a gas station on either side of that community? And I think about it, 15-mile limit. Think about it. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that anyone in a gas station would agree with that either. And I think this would limit the access and the competition to EV charging stations. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'd like to weigh in and give a couple of answers to two of the issues that are out here. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about the NEVI funds. First of all, the NEVI funds require Buy America. So I think we got some belt and suspenders going on here. You are required to Buy America to get access to that funding, and that funding is down the corridor of the interstate, essentially. Also, if you look at Tesla, they build their equipment in Buffalo, New York, not New York City, Buffalo, New York. So they are made in America. And just so to clear that up, that would be the issue I'd want to speak to there. As it relates to the right of first refusal, there was an interim study last summer where we had everyone come in, all the parties weigh in on this. What we've ended up with is really where the compromise is, and now they've brought the really what I think was a compromise to the floor so we can rehash it again. Why is there a requirement, or is there a need for a requirement for right of first refusal? We've talked a lot about where do you go to fuel your car today? You go to a gas station or a truck stop down the interstate. So if they want to put in these high-speed chargers, you're talking about huge money to install that charger. Private enterprise would put it in, and they would use NEVI funds to subsidize it. But once they put it in, if public power, who has all the ratepayer capacity to use all the ratepayers and just tweak their rates up a little bit and put one in themselves a year later, or put one in themselves, where's the incentive now for those gas stations and those truck stops to put in a high-speed charger. If we want to get those charging stations out, and we want the logical locations, which would be the gas stations and the truck stops, who also have the ability to go into a restaurant, be able to do other things, pick up the snacks where they have inside sales. I would think we'd want to bring them to those convenience stores and those truck stops, but they want some assurances that they aren't going to spend the money to put them in, which is a major capital expenditure, and then have government come in, essentially government-controlled power come in and use taxpayers or use ratepayer subsidies to build something and compete with them. That's what the issue really is. Now, you can decide how you want to handle that. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'm just telling you that's the reason, and that was what was debated last summer as it related to the right of first refusal. And again, you make up your own mind on how you see that. NEVI funds, if we don't get something down now, we're one of the few states that haven't taken it down. Those funds are going to go away. So it'd probably be good to get something done this session. And they do have a Buy America requirement in there now. I think there's willingness to do any kind of change on the language to require those pieces there, but it's already in the NEVI fund guidelines at the federal level. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple of lessons here. When you punch out in front of somebody, it's nice to give them a heads up, but I've done it to other people, so I understand it. The other thing, I messed up earlier in this conversation. I'd like to apologize to Senator Erdman. When somebody yields you time, you don't yield, you don't ask the person they're having a disagreement with a question. So I've been here 8 years, you still make mistakes. So I am sorry. I am going to talk here, maybe babble, because I have been through my parts of the bill. I don't know if we missed anybody. Please come slip me a note if we did. I am talking because Senator Van Gilleren, and I have great empathy for him. He's nothing like trying to debate a bill and trying to work on an amendment to fix the problem at the same time. It becomes very complicated. So I didn't get clear to the back of this. I think Senator Meyer, are you here? And I didn't give him a heads up, so, oh, there he is. Thank you. But Senator Meyer, would you yield to a question?
Senator Meyer.
Yes, I would.
Senator Meyer, could you explain the part that is about nitrates that's in this bill?
Yes, I would be happy to. So this is some money that will go out through the Department of Natural Resources and the NRDs. Technology has been developed to do real-time testing of nitrates in groundwater as you travel across Nebraska. There are some areas with problem nitrates. The safe level for human consumption is about 8 parts per million. There are some that are higher than that. The governor is trying to get a handle on that and be at the forefront of technology. With the technology that is now available, they would like to start testing real-time groundwater nitrate level at the wellhead, and then coordinate that level with the parts per million that are the amount of nitrogen that then is applied through the center pivot. So it's kind of on the cutting edge of technology. We hope to be a leader in doing that in the Corn Belt, especially in the Western Corn Belt where we irrigate. And this is just a little money to kind of get us started, to motivate some farmers to look at this technology and implement it on their farms. So that kind of wraps up what that's all about.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Also, we've got amendments coming up here regarding a fix that the governor wanted, I think, on gaming dollars. Gaming dollars. There's a couple of them, so we'll take one down, and then we've got a substitute, and they're filed, so if we want to look ahead to those. And then I'm hoping that the team out there can find some solutions, and people that have questions about Senator Bostar's part of the bill, if they could, oh, there you are, Senator Bostar. Do you need any time, Senator Bostar? No, last thing he needs is be on the microphone right now. Okay, I yield my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The EV portion of this bill is a compromise. When we started talking about it in committee, the big part was the public utilities are the only ones who can sell electricity by the kilowatt hour. So the problem is, how do we get these EV charging stations across the state if public utilities are the only ones who can do it? So that led to us saying, okay, well, we will now allow the kilowatt hours to be charged, or retail to charge by the kilowatt hour as well. But then how on earth does a retail establishment compete with a public utility if they decide to go do it? Senator Jacobson is exactly correct. They have much more money. They have much more reach. It puts retail at an extreme disadvantage. So this was the compromise that came up. Public power will let the retail groups sell at the kilowatt hour, and the retail establishments will give a right of first refusal. So they're asked first. So when one of these charging stations needs to go in, if the public power says, hey, I really want to do it, but there's a retail establishment, whether it's a Buc-ee's or a Come and Go or a Bosselman's, within 15 miles of that, they get the right of first refusal. That means they could say, yeah, we're not interested in doing that. So you go ahead and provide that service. But we don't want to have it set up where retail establishments are in direct competition with a government body that is selling utilities. This was a really, really good compromise. I hope everybody can get behind it, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Dover, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Senator Bostar a couple of questions if we'd yield.
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes. Thank you. I just am a little concerned about the 15-mile proposal. I mean, obviously, where I come from, Madison is about 15 miles from Norfolk. Where did you come up with the 15 miles? And is there a possibility that, because you can't be close to 15 miles, that someone may not make it to the next charging station?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. So the proposals came from the private industry stakeholders, right? So that the 15-mile provision, the 90 days provision, all of those specifics came from the private industry stakeholders that were worried about maintaining a level playing field. As far as my appetite toward tweaking those numbers or finding a better balance, I'm absolutely open to it. I was just talking to Senator Decay, who asked if I would be willing to sit down with both of the sides on this, between general and select, and see if there was any more room to meet in the middle. And I said that I absolutely would. So I'm sure that the specific provision that you're inquiring about can be part of that discussion.
And so as far as competition, I mean, you could obviously handle the cost of kilowatt per hour that they could sell it at through some arrangement contractually. But I suppose is the problem with competition is simply them using their resources that they would have as opposed to a private business?
Yes, I mean, I think that there's public versus private in general, which is that the public entity can effectively retail the electricity while recouping margins from ratepayers. And the private entities, they don't function that way. So that, I think that was the root of the concern. There were other concerns around the public entities selling the electricity, effectively retailing electricity for cost versus retail compatible or comparisons. I think a lot of that actually was addressed. So there are just some of these lingering concerns that are related to how competitive a private entity can be in selling electricity with a public utility.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just say that it sounds like if you're willing to work with Senator Decay, that I would definitely support this. Thank you.
Yeah, well, and I just want to say thank you. And, I've been working on this for a few years now, so I appreciate that going forward, there's going to be a lot more of us at this table. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I think all of you will get to experience what I've been dealing with in this bill for the last couple of years.
Thank you, Senators Dover and Bostar. Senator Decay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been taking in a lot this afternoon from all entities involved in this situation. My roots go back to the public power world, and I understand how that business kind of works and understand what their intent is. When it comes to generating and selling electricity, that's their business, and taking them out of their core values of being able to sell electricity doesn't seem that's what the proper method of the job description is with this. So with that, we talked about competition. If we're going to stymie competition and we talk about petroleum and filling stations and stuff, are we going to limit certain truck stops from selling fuel or biodiesel fuel compared to other truck stops involved just because it might drive competition, might drive the price down? We need to take everything into account with this, and I'm willing to work with Senator Bostar on this. There are things that in Section 44 that I don't agree with right now, and I'm trying to wrap my head around everything. If Senator Bostar would yield to a question.
Senator Bostar, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
And I know you stated earlier, but just to make sure, the NEVI funds will not go away if Section 44 is stricken, will it?
It will not.
So going forward, that $30 million of federal grant would still be in place. I'm trying to figure out how we can get to a point where, and obviously it's statewide, each entity has its own problems to work with. In the cities, you're going to have filling stations that would be selling within 2 miles or 15 miles of where we're at right now. How do we get to a point where everybody can go home? And being a basketball official, I would like to say if I can make everybody go home mad at me, and that's about where I'm at right now, and I've done my job. So, but how do we get to that point where everybody can claim partial victory at least, and working forward with that? And in the rural sector, we're going to have filling stations 15, 20 miles apart. And how do we address those issues to make that being able to be sold in rural sectors in different parts of the towns that way?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm certainly committed to working with you to trying to get to a point where everybody can be a little bit happy. If you are, as you sort of asked too, how to get to a point where everyone can be mad at you, then I think just try to bring this bill under your own name. And I think that's a pretty quick way to get there.
Okay.
But yes, let's work on it. I'm always happy to, have been for a while. It's, there are some fundamental opposing forces and interests on this bill. That's a reality. So getting closer together, that's something I support, and I'm happy to try to get there.
I would say that I think there needs to be the serious conversations going on between the entities involved in all of this. I do have an amendment to strike Section 44, and if we can get to a point between general and select, I won't drop it.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. But if we can't, I'm going to have to drop that amendment to try to kill the bill. So,
Understood.
okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Bostrom, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues and Nebraskans. I'm just going to speak fairly briefly on this, and mostly what I have to say is for the lobby, for those in the lobby, because my understanding is Senator Bostar said he's tried to work on this for quite some time, and we're still got some distance between us on trying to get a path worked out to get parties to agree upon. Several senators have already stood up and talked about that Section 44. That's a concern with me as well. There needs to be language that we can work out with this. We are a public power state. Public power is not, I don't think public power is interested in going in and providing these type of services, but public power wants to ensure that there are some reasonable expectations and things that are done within this that needs to be worked out. And I'm saying this for those in the lobby. We need to get serious on this thing. We need to get it worked on, because I believe there's enough of us on the floor right now. Let's say Section 44 needs a lot of work. If it's not removed completely, then it needs a lot of work to get done. So let's get to it. Let's get done. The second part, I want to talk to Senator Bostar off the mic. Probably it's on page 43, lines 24 through 27, and it's about the excise tax. And the Transportation Telecommunication Committee, over the years, we've talked about how are we going to tax EVs? How are we going to get a fuel tax? How are we going to do those things? So I want to understand a little bit better where that 3 cents come from. How did you come up with that number? Or is that a fair number to have, or should it be something different? I want to make sure if we're going to collect a tax on it, we've got to make sure at some point in time we have revenue coming in to maintain our roads, to build our roads, maintain our roads. So I want to make sure if we do put some tax in here, a number in here, that it's appropriate amount. I want to make sure it was thought through and we have that done at the right level. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostrom. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Erdman, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So over the last 45 minutes or whatever we've been talking here, had several conversations with folks involved in this. And what I'm going to do when I finish my comments here, I'm going to withdraw this IPP. So I have been in discussion with those involved, and we are going to make an adjustment to an amendment, to this amendment that I have, so that we make sure that we're protecting the security of not only Nebraska, but the United States. And we hope to have that for select. And so I would withdraw the IPP motion and allow us to get to the amendments that are on the agenda. Thank you.
Without objection, it is withdrawn. Thank you, Senator Erdman. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1317, introduced by Senator Linehan. It's a bill for an act relating to revenue and taxation. State's findings. Bill was read for the first time on January 17th of this year, referred to the Revenue Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Linehan has already opened on the bill. Senator Linehan, you are recognized to open on the amendment.
I think we covered most of the amendment in the bill, so there's other amendments coming up. So let's just keep rolling here.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clements would offer AM 3314.
Senator Clements, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 3314 is a cleanup amendment for inheritance tax, and it doesn't change any of the tax rates. It just changes how the reporting is done. Right now, they're reporting all of the tax to the county where the estate is processed. But if there is tax owed in another county, as my father's was, he had tax to 2 different counties, but it was all reported in one county. So that's a mismatch from what the counties are actually receiving. So this would have the report of inheritance tax be given for the amount that each county has received. So there'll be a separate report for each county where there was an inheritance tax. And also, I just had a question from the Bar Association. It does say, we also added that the county treasurer or the county attorney may complete the form in place of the beneficiary. And so that is to help them if they need some help. The county is able to complete the form as well. But I also wanted to say that I am sorry to report that my priority bill, LB 1067, the inheritance tax phase out, is currently unable to move forward. NACO's representative and I worked out an agreement to change the class 2 and 3 tax rates from 11 and 15% to 6% and 6%. And I prepared an amendment providing full revenue replacement of $12 million to the counties to cover the loss of revenue. And this amendment also reduced the 5-year phase out just to a 1-year change, and hoping to do something this session. Unfortunately, the NACO board decided not to approve this step, and despite my compromise with them, they're not supporting the inheritance tax bill. I am still dedicated to getting rid of this antiquated, arbitrary, unfair form of taxation that makes Nebraska an island in the Midwest and only one of 5 in the country that still have this tax. I am very disappointed by NACO for their behavior this session with not approving a very reasonable compromise they helped author, and their representative worked out with me. But the amendment that you're seeing there leaves the inheritance tax where it is, just changes the reporting which the Department of Revenue requested. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Clemens, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3314. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 3314 is adopted. Seeing no one else in, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Erdman moved to amend with AM 3358.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a good discussion about this amendment. I read this in my opening on the IPP motion. So just, again, I want to just reiterate what we're going to do. We're going to move forward with an amendment that's going to include this, but protect the opportunity for us to make sure we have security we need. So I would just ask for you to, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's withdraw this one and we'll put in another amendment later. Let's draw this one.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. So ordered.
Mr. President, Senator Von Gillern would move to amend with AM 3300.
Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a section in the bill on page 47, lines 4 through 7, which require training, specific training for installation of the vehicle infrastructure devices. When I read through that and I saw where the language came from, I was concerned that this would be limiting the ability for vendors and the utility companies to contract with parties that they deemed fit and qualified to do the work. Obviously, those contractors would need to be qualified, licensed, insured, bonded, and so on. But after doing some further research, I find that it's not as inhibiting as I believed it to be, and I would request that the amendment be withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. President.
So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator, that's all I have at this time.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on AM 3246 and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3246. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3246 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator McKinney would move to amend with FA 380.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple amendment just to clarify some language. I got this from the counties, in the event that these property owners do end up getting their property exemption taken away. It happens on the county level and not on the state level, and that's all it's doing. It just says make a written recommendation to the County Board of Equalization in the county where the property is located. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Senator McKinney for working with NACO to figure out this issue that we had in the bill so we don't have to bring it back later and fix it. So it's a friendly amendment, and I'd appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator McKinney, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of FA 380. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
FA 380 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Linehan, I have AM 2672 with a note you would wish to withdraw.
It is withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Ibach would offer AM 3135.
Senator Ibach, you're recognized to open.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. AM 3135 is a very simple amendment. This amendment provides a minor change to the Imagine Nebraska Act, which will allow businesses which manufacture liquid fertilizer, other chemicals applied to ag crops, or liquid additives for farm vehicle fuel to be eligible to apply for a property tax exemption under the Act for the manufacturing equipment under the Imagine Nebraska Act. I would like to remind the committee that these credits are not provided to the business unless the hiring, wage, and investment thresholds are met. Business equipment located at a qualified location that is involved directly in the manufacture or processing of ag products. Under current statute, ag products do not include liquid fertilizer or similar products. By allowing companies that produce these products to qualify under the Imagine Nebraska Act, we will be able to attract additional industry to our state, which provides high-skill, high-paying jobs that further support the agriculture industry across our state. This amendment has a minimal fiscal impact to the state and will not impact our general fund revenue. For that, thank you, and for this, I ask for your consideration and your time.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close. Waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3135. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 3135 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Linehan, I have AM 3079.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open.
AM 3079 is a very important concept for the legislature to consider. Here, I'm going to be real short. This helps, so if it creates a gambling winning set off for outstanding debt act, which allows the interception of gambling winnings, pari-mutuel winnings, sports wagering winnings, or cash device winnings due to unpaid child support or Nebraska taxes. This process mirrors the process that already exists to intercept lottery winnings in our state. In Nebraska, there are nearly 65,000 child support cases with arrears owed to children and family. That number is outstanding. We need to make sure that the child support enforcement program at the Department of Health and Human Services has every tool available to capture this money for the children of our state. I'd appreciate your green vote.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3079. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed to vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3079 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Members, the Senator Linehan, you're authorized to close and waive. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 1317 to ENR initial. All of those in favor vote aye. All of those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 1317 is advanced to ENR initial. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill, General File, Legislative Bill 1317A, introduced by Senator Linehan, bill for an act relating to appropriations, appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions. Legislative Bill 1317, the bill is read for the first time on March 26th of this year and placed directly on General File.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open.
This is just the A bill, and we won't actually know how much money this generates on this until we get a new fiscal note, which hopefully will come quickly so we can bring this back. So I'd appreciate your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. See no one else in the queue. You're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 1317A to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 1317A is advanced to ENR initial.
Items for the record, please.
Mr. Clerk, items for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment Review reports Legislative Bill 852, 1027, 1027A, 1030, 1088, 1306, 1306A is correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Additionally, your Committee on Enrollment reports Legislative Bill 631, 631A to select file 631 having ENR amendments. Amendments to be printed from Senator Clements to LB 686. Amendments to be printed to LB 575 from Senator Michaela Kavanagh. Amendment to be printed from Senator Wayne to LB 1344A and from Senator Ben Hansen to LB 1317. Senator Merman to LB 1329. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item on the agenda.
Mr. President, General File Legislative Bill 25, introduced by Senator Wayne. Senator Bozen would move to indefinitely postpone Legislative Bill 25 pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open.
Well, the fun begins. I started working on an opening yesterday and then had to come on the floor and do some other things. And this morning I had a protection order hearing that was supposed to last on maybe an hour to an hour and a half, and it went 5 hours with no lunch. And it made me think about litigation is hard. And the idea that people have already made up their mind because they don't know how litigation really works and the issues before us, and many people won't even listen and be engaged, is somewhat troublesome. But I just counted on LB 575 originally, there's over 28 senators who co-sponsored that, co-sponsored the bill as is. And what's interesting is the bill as is first introduced that you co-sponsored had a cause of action by anybody to sue a school district. So we are willing to sue school districts to enforce sports, but not if a child is sexually assaulted by an employee. Now, here's why I frame it that way. That bill had the full governor's support. And here's why I frame it that way. The First Amendment on this amendment, AM 3327, replaces my entire bill. You are not even voting on punitive damages. In fact, you specifically say punitive damages don't apply to political and the state or political subdivisions. So if you don't know, there are some courts who rule right now in Nebraska that punitive damages actually are a thing. I can cite the case that was huge down in Peru State where the individual was killed. So courts already do that. There's a mixed bag of tricks on whether it's constitutional or not, and my bill actually fixes all that, but we won't even get to that part yet. We're going to talk about Senator Halloran's bill, which is the bill that replaces my entire bill. And it says that if a child is sexually assaulted by a state employee, they should have the right to be compensated, because you can't redo it, you can't undo it, but you can provide compensation to make that child whole. Because right now, you can't even file the lawsuit. And if you do, there's a motion to dismiss already filed before they even answer, because you have to in litigation. So I don't want to lecture people here, but there are just a lot of people who don't understand civil litigation. And it's completely different than criminal prosecution. Civil litigation with the state, I passed it out. It's complicated. You have to start, first of all, you don't have 4 years, and you only have 2 years. And one of those years, you have to give notice within the first year. Then the state or a political subdivision has 6 months to review the case and build their entire case before you can even get discovery. They have 6 months to respond before you can even ask them questions that you would in a discovery. So they have 6 months head start. And then they can either send you a letter, or after 6 months, you can file a lawsuit, but if you have to file it within 2 years. If it's just a regular person, not the state, you have up to 4 years. And what this act does is says state and political subdivisions who employees sexually assault a child get to have a right to be heard in the court of law to make sure they get an opportunity to be made whole. Now, what you'll hear, and it's amazing that I hear this, is that the floodgates will open. Our schools will go broke, I think Senator Holcroft said last time. Wasn't concerned about schools going broke when it comes to kids playing in sports, but are concerned about schools going broke because an employee molested, assaulted, sexually assaulted a child. My answer to that, if schools are going broke because of that, we have a bigger problem with how we're hiring and what we're doing. Let that sink in. If your argument is schools will go broke, then we have a bigger problem. Because if they're not getting made whole right now, then what's happening to those children as they grow up? Because right now they have no remedy. Somebody's going to argue the second argument. They can file in federal court. I'm going to tell you, they tried 1983 in Title IX cases, in state court too. The first thing that happened is there is a motion to dismiss. I can pass out the most PG version of their brief, because there's about 5 cases. I didn't pull them all. Why it doesn't work. The last thing is, it's going to, part of this floodgate argument, you're going to hear, well, how do I know? That is the point. You're not liable unless you knew or should have known. That is a high standard to meet. So what I tried to pass out was the complication of suing in general, that it's so complicated, the state puts out how to do it to make sure you get it right. Because if you don't file a notice with the state, your claim is barred. You messed up. You can't even get in. Same as the political subdivision. If you don't file within the first year a notice, it's just barred. So all this talk that we're going to hear today about money, 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 I'm going to say this as blunt as I can. You're either going to side with the victims or you're going to side with big government today. And you don't represent government. You represent the families that put you in here with their vote. And you are silencing their ability to be made whole. I can't say it any clearer than that today. So all these motions and whatever they want to do on this bill, I'm all for it. But it comes down to this critical question. Are you siding with the survivors or are you siding with big government? So anybody who brings up punitive damages, we don't get to that yet. My first amendment up is to replace this entire bill with Senator Holleran's amendment, Senator Holleran's bill. So if you don't want to get to that, that's fine. But understand that is the vote. And you're going to have to work real hard to filibuster. Because the amendments you got up there right now aren't enough to go 8 hours. We are going to get to votes. And if you don't want to vote on this issue, go home. And when you go home, you're saying you're siding with big government. Because the hardest litigation out here is the state. The most obstacles thrown up against somebody is the state with damn near unlimited resources. And we're saying, hey, you can't sue. You can't figure out how to be made whole for children who were sexually assaulted by state employees. Now, Senator Brandt asked some questions where we were having a dialogue. The bill is clear. Has to be within the scope of their employment, and you have to know or should have known. This isn't strict liability.
1 minute.
It's about making this child as whole as we can make them, because they have to live the rest of their lives dealing with this. So I want to be clear with this last minute. Punitive damages is the Third Amendment. If you don't like punitive damages, fine, vote it down. But we at least have to pass Holleran's bill. We can't leave these families out here with nothing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Bosin, you're recognized to open on the priority motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, with all due respect to Senator Wayne, I very much disagree that this vote comes down to siding with victims or siding with big government. And I take issue and offense to any accusation that I do not or have not or will not stand with victims in this or any circumstances. I joined this body just under a year ago, and this will now be my second effort at killing a bill that I believe is a bad bill. And I lost last year. I'm hoping for a better outcome this year. So sit tight. I will do my best to explain the 3 bills that are added to LB 25, all of which are substantial and complicated bills dealing with tort liability, punitive damages, things of that nature. So LB 25, for a history lesson here, was Senator Wayne's bill he filed last year that was punitive damages. Following the hearing and the vote on that bill out of committee, there was a request for an Attorney General's opinion on LB 25. The Attorney General, in that opinion, found that LB 25 as written was unconstitutional. And I know that was Senator Ibach's request, and she plans to speak on that. Shortly after that, Senator Wayne prioritized LB 25, and that was a red flag. So I filed the motions to indefinitely postpone because I was concerned as to what we might be doing with a bill that has a finding of unconstitutionality from the Attorney General. Then we had a floor debate a couple of weeks ago where we started talking about all the bills still stuck in the Judiciary Committee. I believe everyone recalls that day. And Senator Wayne put to a vote what was LB 325, formerly Senator Dungan's bill, and LB 341, which was Senator Holleran's bill. Those both dealt with tort claims. And what you will hear is that LB 325 did not come out of committee. It was stuck in committee. And you will hear that LB 341 did come out of committee. He then redrafted LB 25 to an amendment that is now LB 320, or excuse me, AM 3329. And so that has some modifications. AM 3328, which is the former LB 325, Senator Dungan's bill, still in committee, is still in committee. And so we should not, and I'm hoping we do not, get to a place where we are voting on a bill that did not come out of committee. And interestingly enough, yesterday, I watched 43 of you say that we should not be voting on bills on the floor that are still stuck in committee. Senator Michaela Kavanagh was outraged that we were doing that on Senator Bostar's bill. Senator Wayne himself was upset that we were doing that yesterday on the winner-take-all bill. Everyone was up in arms about a bill being pulled from committee that was stuck in committee and added to a bill. That is AM 3328. The third amendment that Senator Wayne then added to this bill is AM 3327, which is formerly LB 341, Senator Holleran's bill. That did come out of committee, did not come out clean, but it came out, I believe it was 5-3, don't quote me at that. So that's where we have three bills, all of which are certainly contested and certainly have a lot of complicating factors. And along with what Senator Wayne told you you will hear, I will assure you that the claim that these are complicated issues and attorneys aren't filing these correctly, so these plaintiffs can't get their damages and they're not being made whole, none of that changes if we pass each and every one of these bills. All of these individuals will still need attorneys to help them navigate each and every one of these areas. Full stop. That doesn't change. So I'm going to go through, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to go through each of these amendments and we'll talk them through and we can agree to disagree. I'm sure Senator Wayne and I will have lots of debates on what is and isn't good policy. But this will change substantially civil liability for the state of Nebraska. All of these amendments were filed on April 3rd, 2024. And I will be shocked if all of you have read all three of them because they are long and they are complicated. This would add intentional tort exceptions under the Political Subdivisions Tort Claims Act and the State Tort Claims Act, as well as the State and Political Subdivisions Child Sexual Assault Liability Act from last year's hearing and amend that into LB 25. Each of these amendments have the potential to make a major impact on state and political subdivision litigation and their respective funding sources moving forward, should any of them be adopted. The funds managed by political subdivisions will be affected, no matter how you explain this. AM 3329 authorizes punitive damages in civil cases. It breaks it down into three categories of punitive damages with various caps, all of which are $1 million or more. Should this amendment, the punitive damages amendment, become law, a single punitive damage award against the state or political subdivision has the potential to completely drain the funding sources in the political subdivision, compromising the entity's ability to pay other claims. So in the first category, like I said, there's three categories. The first category is subject to a cap of either $1 million or the amount of any compensatory damage awarded, whichever is greater. The second category is subject to a cap of a $5 million award, 3 times the amount of any compensatory damage award, or the increased financial benefit a defendant received as a result of the conduct causing injury to the plaintiff, whichever is greater. The third category of punitive damages is not subject to any cap. So punitive damages, think punitive damages, if the city builds a road and they use poor concrete, the concrete doesn't last, and it causes you to have your tires damaged while you're driving down the road. Under compensatory damages, you would be able to seek compensation to replace your tires. Let's say that's, I haven't bought tires lately, $2,000. You could seek damages for $2,000. Punitive damages would allow you to seek monetary awards above and beyond the $2,000 to punish the city for using concrete that wasn't good. Under AM 3328, which is still in committee, This expands state and political subdivision liability for intentional torts committed by non-state actors and does not exempt the state or political subdivisions from an award of punitive damages should the previous law, the punitive damages law, go into effect. So there is no specific waiver of sovereign immunity in 3329, the punitive damages amendment, and both the political subdivisions and the state tort, so the Political Subdivisions Tort Claims Act and the State Tort Claims Act provide that they will be liable in the same manner and to the same extent as a private individual, which basically means that anyone, thank you, would be subject to the provisions under the punitive damages award. The example you will hear regarding LB 325 or AM 3328 is the example of the Mosier case. And the Mosier case, the facts of that are bad. But here's what you won't hear them talk about, is that the state did pay out that claim because the facts were bad and the state did have a responsibility to the family in those circumstances. That was acknowledged, it was negotiated, and it was paid by the state to the victim's family in that case. Mr. President, I will get on the mic. I'll yield the rest of my time and get back on the mic to talk about the last amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boson. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I promise I'm not leading anything. Senator Boson, who I would never, ever want to go up against in court, is the lead on this, but I do want to take some time to contribute to this debate. LB 25, which is the baseline bill of what we're dealing with, it is punitive damages. It was deemed unconstitutional by Attorney General Hilgers before Senator Wayne prioritized it. And I want to take some time to read the AG's opinion into the record on that so that you're taking a far more qualified attorney's opinion on this bill, not mine. But as chair of the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee, I do want to make the point that punitive damages are not covered by insurance policies. So if we bring this into law and you're a farmer or a small business owner, so if you're Senator Ballard with the Rabbit Hole Bakery, or you're on any one of the farms that are owned by people in this body, and you have an employee cut off their finger in your place of business, the punitive damages awarded as a result of the lawsuit that would follow would not be covered by your insurance policy. And I think that's very important to note in terms of how this would impact, if we pass it, everyday Nebraskans just trying to function in their day-to-day business operations. But I do want to get to the Attorney General's opinion on LB 25. I know several other people will be referencing it as well. I just want to make sure that it is in full on the legislative record so that everybody can say that they were warned, if we do choose to advance LB 25, that we are advancing a bill that has been deemed by the Attorney General's office to be pretty clearly unconstitutional. So this is a Attorney General's opinion, subject line constitutionality of legislation authorizing the award of punitive damages for the support of the common schools, LB 25, requested by Senator Teresa Ibaugh. Now, I'm going to do an aside because we have the time. Her name is pronounced Ibaugh. It's not Ibach. It's not Iback. There are no it is Ibaugh. Written by Mike Hilgers, Attorney General, and L.J. Bartle, Assistant Attorney General. Introduction. LB 25 proposes to authorize the award of punitive damages in civil actions when a party has displayed actual intent to cause harm or causes an injury through action taken in reckless disregard for the lives and safety of others. LB 25, Section 3, punitive damages are defined as damages that a party in a civil action are ordered to pay, A, based on aggravating circumstances, B, to penalize such party, or C, to provide additional deterrence and discourage similar conduct in the future. LB 25, Section 5.3. LB 25 includes legislative findings that Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Nebraska provides in part that all fines, penalties, and license money arising under the general laws of the state shall belong and be paid over to the counties respectively, where the same may be levied or imposed. And that this constitutional provision further provides that all such fines, penalties, and license money that shall be appropriated exclusively to the use and support of the common schools in the respective subdivisions where the same may accrue. LB 25, Section 1.1 and 1.2. It further declares that punitive damages are in the nature of fines or penalties. LB 25, Section 1.3. If punitive damages are awarded, the county attorney, thank you, Mr. President, must be notified and may become a party solely to protect the interests of the common schools in such damages. Any award of punitive damages shall be remitted to the state treasurer for distribution in accordance with Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Nebraska. You request our opinion on the constitutionality of the bill's authorization of an award of punitive damages for the support of the common schools. You also ask us to address whether punitive damages are fines or penalties within the meaning of Nebraska Constitution Article 7, Section 5, and if so, may the county attorney be made a party to the civil action in which punitive damages are awarded to protect the interests of the common schools in such damages. We'll get into the analysis and later turns in the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, you have 4 minutes, 53 seconds.
Thank you. So we're going to talk about punitive damages because they don't want to talk about the real issue in Senator Halloran's bill. So what's ironic is this body thought we shouldn't do winner take all because it hasn't got kicked out, but Senator Bosin voted for it. So she doesn't feel that way. But now it's a good argument today. Let's be consistent. The second thing is Senator Halloran's bill on the amendment, the First Amendment up, says punitive damages does not apply to political subdivisions or northern state. I'm having another drafted amendment up again to reiterate it, and we can vote on that. If that's a sticking point, I agree, take it out. I don't want punitive damages to apply. Why? Because it goes to the school. What sense does it make to have punitive damages? We sue the city and the city turns around and gives it to Lincoln Public Schools. That makes no sense. So gone. What's gonna happen here today is I will concede damn near every point here and make an agreement, and they still won't vote for the bill. This is the gamemanship. And I think it's a beautiful thing because I like it, but at least just be honest. Just say you never want to get there. If the cap's the issue, bring me a number. Bring me a number. Not an issue to me. Bring me a number. I did that last night with Senator McDonald's bill, said, hey, let's get it from General Select and see if we can fix it. Bring me a number. If you want a lower cap, bring me the number. But you won't, because we've been directed not to do something here. We're getting pulled out by PRO not to do something here. That's fine. And here's what I mean by facts. Stick to the facts. If a three-page amendment is long, then better not hope any more revenue bills come out, because they're damn near 100 pages. It's 3 pages. We're talking about kids. And as 325, it's stuck in committee. It's stuck in committee. And so what does that mean? That means don't start thinking about prisoners. Let's change the narrative. Sexual harassment in the workplace. Change the narrative. A kid at a school is getting bullied and beat up every day. The principal says we're going to remove that kid from the class. They don't. That kid gets sexually assaulted. Parents can't sue. No recourse to that school. for failing to do what they said they would do. Imagine that in a workplace at a state where there is a sexual harassment issue going on and it's a culture. They can't sue. But we're okay with that too. You're not going to run from this. I'm going to pull my Senator Slama moment right now. You're not going to run from this vote because it's emotion and you want to, and it's the, no, you are clearly voting on 341. And Senator Bosman is leading you from making a change to give families and kids who were sexually assaulted by state and public employees made whole. Now, if you want to talk punitive damages, go ahead and defend a company that was already found liable. In order to get to punitive damages, a jury or judge has to say they already did something wrong. And even to get to punitive damages has to be malicious, reckless, and they should be held accountable.
1 minute.
Because there's no criminal activity, so they're not being held accountable that way when it's something else. So that's why I stacked these. I understand this body, and I understand it's going to take a long time to educate people on punitive damages. So that's why the First Amendment up is something I thought we could agree on. When I was talking about it on the floor, everybody seemed outraged. What do you mean people can't sue when their kid's sexually assaulted at school by a teacher or by a principal or a state employee? We narrowed the class to sexually assault of children. If the floodgates open for that, we need to fire every HR director. That's what's amazing about what's going to happen today. And this is about government versus survivors. Don't get up and talk about how you want survivors to have life, or people who have life in prison in the Constitution, if we can't even get remedies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Halloran, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. So let's talk about why this is needed, LB 341. Dr. Carol Shakeshaft is an educational researcher noted for studies on sexual abuse of students by school staff. In 2004, Dr. Carol Shakeshaft published a report commissioned by the U.S. Department of Education entitled Educator Sexual Misconduct, a Synthesis of Existing Literature. Shakeshaft found that nearly 10% of students are targets of educator sexual misconduct sometime during their school career. In her estimation, she found that in a given year, more than 4.5 million students are subject to sexual misconduct by an employee of a school sometime between kindergarten and 12th grade. This data is consistent with a 2017 case study issued by the U.S. Department of Justice. These scientific studies are made more real through the investigative reporting of the media. In 2007, the Associated Press, AP, ran a three-part story in which, quote, found more than 2,500 cases of child sexual abuse for 5 years that were reported and led to disciplinary action against the educators. Although the investigation recognized the countless educators who are faithfully devoted to the education of children, the investigation revealed a number, quote, a number of abusive educators, which speaks to a much larger problem in a system that is stacked against the victims. The AP investigation recognized that clergy abuse has been a part of the national consciousness, but that there had, quote, been little sense of the extent of educator abuse. As Dr. Shakeshaft has asserted, the physical abuse, sexual abuse of students in schools is likely more than 100 times that of the abuse of priests. And to be clear, my coming here today, or my purpose for bringing this bill, is not meant in any way to defend the historical clergy sexual abuse problem. It is meant to help us recalibrate our senses of this issue so we can see the whole problem for what it is and find just solutions for all victims. So as Senator Justin Wayne has pointed out very clearly, I can't do it any better than he has. we're holding people in private institutions accountable for sexual abuse, but we're not holding institutions that are public accountable for sexual abuse of kids. This shouldn't surprise me. I've got a history of being here protecting kids from abuse. So you can run away from this, and I see that half the body or better has left the room, and that's fine. But the public needs to be aware of this, and that's why it's televised. The public needs to be aware that this abuse does happen. And if the worry is, as Senator Justin Wayne has pointed out, Chairman Wayne has pointed out, if the worry is, a concern is, that this is going to be a huge financial liability, then that's an admission that there's a problem. Now, it could be a problem resolved with this legislation. And will there be suits? There will be suits because there are problems out there of institutions protecting, schools protecting, educators protecting other educators.
1 minute.
Who see grooming going on. They see it going on, but they dismiss it. And then that child is sexually abused. That educator may be dismissed quietly, and it may not be on their record that they sexually abused somebody. They'll be dismissed for other reasons, and then guess what? Some other school will pick that teacher up, or that educator up, and hire them without any knowledge of that abuse. The term for that is passing the trash, because there's no liability. Once liability is in place, policies will be improved, more awareness will be improved in the schools, and grooming will not be tolerated. They'll deal with it when it's seen, and that's when it should happen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. So as you listen to the comments and you listen to what Senator Wayne said, and then what Senator Halloran said, trying to protect children should be the first and foremost things on our mind. It's peculiar to me when we have a bill such as this that is doing just that, protecting children, that it is a conflicting bill that causes a lot of people heartache. So I wonder if Senator Bosson would yield to a question.
Senator Bosson, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Bosson, I see that you're adamantly opposed to this by the bracket motion and the IPP. So if this isn't the solution, what is?
If this isn't the solution, what is?
Yes, how do you protect children? So we currently understand that the system we have now is not working. And so what happens, and it happens to me all the time, I have a tax proposal, people don't like it. When I say, if you don't like mine, what is your proposal? So I'm asking you, what is your solution if this is not the solution?
So I respectfully disagree that there isn't a solution available. And this is sort of what we were talking about the last time this was brought up, and that is that you can sue. Parents do have a cause of action when these very tragic situations occur, both in state and in federal court under a 1983 claim. And so they have the ability to have those schools, should there be a situation like what we are all agree is horrendous occur.
Okay. All right, so going to federal court is difficult. Would you agree that that's a true statement?
Okay, but I just want to make sure you heard me say that you can go to state court and you can go to federal court.
Or either or, you said both, right?
Yes.
Going to federal court's not easy, is that correct?
I've never been there, so I can't speak to that, but I would say filing these actions will not be made more or less complicated by this legislation.
So are you concerned this is going to open the floodgate for many more lawsuits? Is that what your issue is?
I have that concern on each of these amendments, but yes, that is a concern.
Okay. So thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate that. So we've listened to the conversation on this bill before, and it seems like no one has moved in either direction. There doesn't seem to be a lot of communication and negotiation going on. So I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. But I guarantee you this. When I vote on that little green light over there, I'm going to vote to protect children. And Senator Wayne, I think, fairly described it. What is your goal? And if your goal is not to protect children, then continue this discussion and be against this bill. If your goal is to protect children, hit the green light. And by the way, just so you know, we have voted on a lot of bills that never were voted out, a lot. We just did it a day or two ago. We've done that a lot. Last year, we did it on hundreds of them. So don't stand up and say the bill wasn't advanced out of committee, so it shouldn't be on the floor, because that argument does not hold water. So this is a decent bill. This is a good bill. And I'm going to be with Senator Wayne, with Senator Holleran, Senator
1 minute.
Dungan, and anyone else that has bills in this bill. I'm going to vote with them. Because when I leave here next week, 2 weeks from now on the 18th, I want people to say, I voted, you voted to protect children. Thank you. That's going to be my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Boson. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. So I'll just say one thing quickly about I'll talk briefly about the punitive damages issue, which is that I'm not really sure how I'll vote on this. The first 4 years I think I was in here, Senator Wayne and I argued about punitive damages back and forth. And then he put some changes in the bill and I thought it was better, and I voted it out of committee so we could have a conversation about it. But I'm not sure where I'm at. But I do want to clarify something. Punitive damages, you can't just be walking down the street and slap somebody comes with punitive damages at you. You can't just, it's not just a normal, I think somebody said something about everyday Nebraskans. It's not just like your average Nebraskan could have punitive damages against them. Punitive damages are assessed in egregious cases against people who have done something specifically. They have, we call it an intent factor, the mens rea, the intent has to be more than just negligence. So it would be something like somebody's working in your business and you have a machine, a dangerous machine. There's a safety mechanism and you break off the safety mechanism so that they can work faster on the machine. That might subject you to punitive damages. The point of punitive damages is to try to prevent those sorts of things from happening. So that's a little bit about punitive damages. I don't know that I would vote for the amendment to put punitive damages back on this bill, but that's what they really are. They're not just sort of damages you get as a matter of course. They're only in the most extreme and egregious cases. But I will talk about LB 341, which is this sexual assault of a child by a public official. Now, this is the kind of thing that if we can't do this, if we can't say that our children are going to be safe in school from sexual assault by one of the employees of the school, one of the people that our taxpayer dollars pay for, if we can't say we're going to make sure they're safe from that, what are we doing as a government? What are we doing as a government if we're saying we can pay for lots of things, but we cannot pay to make sure that our kids are safe from being sexually assaulted in schools by people who are in the course of their business, course of their job, who are being paid by taxpayers? I don't understand what we're doing if we're saying we're not going to allow
an avenue under state law for children, for parents of children, to bring cases on the behalf of children to make them whole again. If we have a school district who screws up so badly that they knew or should have known that this was going to happen, and they still did nothing, and we're not going to make them whole, I really don't understand what we're doing in here. We've talked about protecting children. We've had all sorts of conversations about protecting children. We've gone to Herculean efforts to talk about protecting children. We don't want them to read about sex, but we don't care if they're assaulted. If we are allowing children
1 minute
who have been assaulted to not have a state claim against that entity which should have been protecting them, that had a duty to protect them, that breached that duty by knowing or should have knowing that this was going to happen, what are we doing here? I will be supporting LB 341 as an amendment onto this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand against the IPP motion and will support the bill once amended. I have to say I disagree with Senator DeBoer and Erdman and Wayne when they say that this is about protecting the children, because what it's really about is our failure to protect these sexual assault victims, because that's where we're at when we get to this point. We failed to protect these children. And so when you vote, you're not voting to protect these children, you are voting to get these children and their families justice. It's like Senator DeBoer and Senator Wayne said, we are voting to make these children whole. You've heard me talk about it before. I ran a crisis center for abused women and children, sexual assault, domestic violence, and I have seen it all, friends, and worked maximum security prisons, so I've seen both sides, and it's not pretty. And I want to tell you that out of every 1,000 sexual assaults that happen, only about 995 of those people that are committing the crime, they're going to walk free. Only 310 of those cases are actually even going to be reported to the police. 310 out of 1,000. 50 of those reports might lead to an arrest. 28 of them will lead to a felony conviction out of 1,000. 28. 25 will actually be incarcerated. And I can tell you, having dealt with people that have been incarcerated, very few have guilt, feel guilt. Some of the things that you see and read in their files will turn your stomach. That little girl kept wearing short dresses to school, and she was flirting with me. They sexualize them. They justify it. We're not opening the door to anything except finding justice, because like it or not, a child's emotional response, it's really complex and is very confusing for them. And they don't just get over it. You heard me talk about it earlier in the week, trauma, PTSD. It's like wearing a wet blanket. They carry that burden around. When there's trauma, there's things like PTSD, mood swings, panic attack, indecision. They have trouble making decisions. I don't know what pair of shoes I want to wear today, Mom. I don't know if I want to go inside or outside. As they get older, often they self-inflict pain, they cut. They just want to feel something. It's sometimes too, they are persistently re-experiencing the trauma. And so they need help. And yes, Senator Bozen has done a really good job of explaining the options. I've really enjoyed, except when Mom and Dad fight, Senator Boson and Senator Wayne sharing their different views. I have learned so much, and I'm sorry to be leaving judiciary this year. But it's got to be about the child. We can't say that this bill is about protecting these children because we've already failed. This bill is about making them whole. And to make them whole, they're going to need money. Because there was a reason that victim was picked out, right? That victim was likely groomed, if we're talking about this type of setting, because that person was a good victim, right? Maybe they come from a single parent household.
1 minute.
Where they didn't feel they were getting enough attention. And I'm not saying anything against the single moms and dads. You guys are doing a great job. I'm talking about people who look for victims. They might come from a lower income family where the parents work more than one job. They might be the outcast in the school. These people that sniff out these victims know exactly what they are doing. And it can take this child years of therapy, and not just psychological, but it can affect them physically as well. There is plenty of data that show that people that are sexually abused, physically abused, grow up with really serious health issues. There's even a scale that you can take. If you ever want to take the test, come see me. I'll show you where it's at online. That you could have more health issues, cancer, heart issues. You're more likely to be sick as an adult. The more trauma that you experience.
That's your time. Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Senator Slama was doing such a good job reading the Attorney General's opinion that I'd like to have her continue reading that opinion before dinner so that she doesn't lose track of where she was at. I know she wouldn't, but I'd just like to give her some time.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Slama, that's 4 minutes, 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate Senator Lowe's offer, but I do want to see if Senator Boson would like to yield to a question.
Senator Boson, would you yield?
Do you want me to read it?
No.
Yes,
I was going to ask if you had any response that you wanted to make after the last few people.
Sure. So one of the comments that was made by Senator DeBoer regarding specifically the standard of proof here, and perhaps we just have to agree to disagree as to what the standard is. But I'm looking at a letter that was drafted by the Assistant Attorney General, Jennifer Huxall, on February 24th, 2023 in regards to the bill. And it says, however, thereto, victims of sexual abuse can currently bring a Section 1983 claim against a state employee who is alleged to have acted with, quote, deliberate indifference, essentially that they were aware of a risk of serious harm and disregarded that risk, resulting in an injury. A finding of deliberate indifference is more serious than a finding of simple negligence, which is the standard proposed by this bill. It's the difference between observing danger and choosing to look the other way, which is what the standard is in Section 1983, versus applying hindsight to how things might have been handled better under the circumstances, which is the standard for negligence. And so when Senator DeBoer explains we need to protect children with this because the schools are hiring people and they know and they didn't do anything and we should be protecting kids, I agree. And that is what a Section 1983 claim allows and quite frankly should allow. But I respectfully take issue that that our schools aren't taking every single precaution available. And if we have further things that we would like to ask them to do to avoid more or potentially future issues, we should make those proposals. But passing this, they're not able to do more than they're doing is the argument I am making. The schools are educating their teachers, they're running the background checks, they're doing ongoing continuing education to try to make sure that there is not one single potential for this kind of abuse. And I would submit to you that it is not because they don't want a civil liability or they don't want to pay out. It's because they're humans, they're moms, they're dads. They go into the teaching profession because they love kids. And so to imply that if you don't vote for this bill, teachers are going to continue doing bad things is ill-informed, because I have a lot more respect apparently for our public education, parochial education, and every other teacher than some of the others. I've done a handout also to that to further provide some information to everyone regarding what's posted in every public school in the state regarding incidents of things such as sexual violence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Boslin. Senator Bostoman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things to talk about. One, mostly on some of the things that Senator Boslin had mentioned before, I want to talk about, and it's happened multiple times, and Erdman said it happened multiple times as well, as some changes I've seen over the last 8 years in this body. Is when we first came here to the body, if you had a bill that was in committee, it wouldn't come out, you had to pull it. You had to have a pull motion to get it out of committee. And you had to have 25 votes on the floor, I think it was. I think it was 30, maybe it's 30. Votes on the floor to pull that bill out of the committee to get it to the floor. Now, we can amend it in or bring it out without committee approval, without that committee process. That's something that's changed here in the last couple of years that I guess it's interesting to me where we're at with that. The other thing that's happened too is one senator can take over another senator's bill and bring it to the floor. That one, something that concerns me just a little bit as things go forward too. I've not seen that in the previous years. Maybe it did happen, but both those things I think are changes that we've seen in the body where bills now can come to the floor without being pulled, without having those that requirement for it to come out before we debate it on the floor and have the debate that we have. As I heard folks talking, and I've been talking to Senator Halloran about the bill and the reasons for it, why he feels so strongly about it. One thing I think that needs to be said, I think Senator Boslin has mentioned it somewhat, and talked about this a little bit, is there are penalties and there are things that do happen with an individual who does commit this crime, that does commit this abuse, as well as if there's a supervisor or a principal or a superintendent or whoever it might be that also could be charged and gone to court, and they could face criminal charges and they could face those type of charges as they come before. So it's not that there is absolutely nothing that can be done. There's not absolutely nothing that is being done. There are things that are being done that do happen. One individual is charged, taken to court on this type of a horrible incident process to a young person. I was going to ask Senator Boslin on the mic if she had answered a question, but I don't know, maybe Senator Slama could answer a couple questions for me.
Senator Slama, would you yield?
I'll do my best.
Thank you, Senator Slama. I see Senator Boslin's available now, but we'll see. So what I've heard a couple folks say is there's nothing that happens to our children. We're not protecting our children. I'm one on the criminal side. Have you had could you explain to me a little bit more as if a person's charged, say there's a teacher that commits an act. Is there anything that happens to them if they're charged? What happens to them?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think Senator Boslin's done a really good job of touching on this in that there are options in terms of civil remedies that already exist. LB 341, which is on down the list as an amendment to the bill, would simply expand that. So it's a position of whether or not you think that
1
the
minute.
remedies available now are enough.
So can they be charged with a crime, taken to court and put in
Oh,
jail?
gosh, yes, yes, absolutely. That's the
So,
criminal
I mean-
side of it, yes.
I mean, the criminal side of it, they can right now, that
Yes,
teacher, that
absolutely.
superintendent or principal, if they knew, or another person within that school knew that this was going on, could they also potentially be charged?
I mean, if it rises to the realm of criminal negligence, yeah.
So just to be clear, and that there are charges that can be brought to an individual who is committing a crime on anyone within that, say it's a school, within the school. There are charges that can be brought. So there are punitive things, criminal charges can be brought. So it's not like there's nothing's going to happen to them. Not like, oh, we're going to fire you and that's all there is.
Yes, and there's also civil remedies
That's
available.
time,
Thank you,
Senators.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostelman and Senator Slama. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, first of all, indifference, deliberate indifference and negligence and reasonable standard are completely different. Like, let's make sure we're clear on what we're talking about. 8th Circuit Court of Appeals and the Nebraska District Courts have clearly said that deliberate indifference requires more than negligence, more than the lack of ordinary care. Negligence is a reasonable person is sitting here. What would that reasonable person do? If there's a duty, you still got to prove that there's a duty. Like if I'm the plaintiff, I have to prove that there was a duty. What was that duty? That's why I try to hand out this negligence chart and so you guys can read it, but most people are already looking ahead and not really paying attention. It's fine. But it's about what would that reasonable person do? And it isn't, you can't like 5 years from now say, oh, I would have done things differently and now I'm liable. That's not how it works. You have to take the totality of the circumstances at that moment. And what would a reasonable person have done at that moment? Not when you learn about facts a long time ago. That's where kind of the should have known. And this is an implied thing in law. The should have known is, well, did you do a background check? If you did one, then you're covered. If you didn't do one and there was a whole bunch of things like drunk driving offenses and you having them transport kids in DHHS, and you didn't do one, then you had a duty to at least do a background check. Every reasonable person in that position would have done a background check, and you chose not to. And that is how you breached a duty. I can think back, man, I wish I would have done it. That doesn't matter. It's at that moment with the totality of circumstances. That's why a reasonable person in an emergency situation is different than a reasonable person walking down the street. These are all just games right here. And at the end of the day, Senator Bosman didn't vote for LB 341. Doesn't want to get to that vote now. We're going to get tied up with punitive damage talks. That is the last vote if we even get to it. Let me be clear. This bill is about protecting children. How? Because it changes behavior when there is a lawsuit and that board sitting on a school board is responsible. Hey, we messed up. We need to fix this. We can't keep spending money like this to help, and our kids, we're hurting our kids. That's how you change it. A 1983 action is different. There's qualified immunity. There's all these other defenses. So the question is, if I brought a bill to make it harder to prosecute criminals, she would be against it. But we want to make it harder for these families to be made whole by going through a 1983 action. Even in state court, they get dismissed. Sooner you'll see a case that comes around that outlines why 1983 and what the school district here submitted in their brief and why it's difficult. Because they lay out what I would say pretty good arguments. Because 1983 is hard. It's hard to get through. If that was the case, you would see tons of lawsuits and tons of verdicts for police brutality. That is a 1983 claim. I know because I did that in Omaha. And it went on for 2 years. So, people are like, why are you getting upset? Like, there's very few things that get me upset, but children do. and sexual assault of children do.
1 minute.
And at some point, we got to stop worrying about the school districts in the lobby being afraid of facing the fact that they didn't do something right. I am facing, and I'm looking directly at the family and the kids, and I'm saying, I want you to be whole. I want you to have all the remedies that is available to you under law. I don't want you to have to go figure out how to do a 1983 claim and figure out how to find federal court and make it more difficult. I want to make it as easy as possible with all the guide rails in our legal system, and there are tons of them. We're going to walk through what a complaint is, the answer, motion to dismiss, summary judgment, and then the trial. That all has to happen. Those are all guardrails. I want to get to a vote. I want to get Senator Holleran's bill up there and passed. I hope you all do too, because next time I'm going to call the question, and that's going to determine whether you want to save kids and help kids and make them whole or not. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Speaker Arch for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to kind of preview what I see happening in most of our remaining days here in the session. And so I just want to take a few minutes to do that. We've taken a look at what is on right now on select and final, and we have approximately 110 bills on select and final, and most of those have been well worked. We do have some amendments that are sitting out there that are still being developed, and fiscal notes along with those. And so we're waiting on some of that, but most have been well worked. And the way the calendar runs right now, we have only 3 days to handle general and select. We have 5 days to get all the way through final, but only 3 days to handle general and select. So that's our time limitations right now. As I have mentioned from the beginning, my goal was always to get priority bills up. And we've been largely successful in that, and that has been my goal. And now I have a little different goal in addition to that, but I also want to get these bills on select and final. I want to allow a final decision on these bills by the body over the next few days. So that's what you're going to see in how I'm scheduling. We have a lot of these bills that have been, I mentioned, really well worked, and compromise has been reached. And I think many of these bills will move quickly because they probably will end up being unanimous in some cases, and that's great. And so those are out there. We have a few that are going to be controversial. Not a lot, but we do have a few, and so we'll work through those as well. I want to talk about tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll gather at 9 o'clock as usual, and I think what we'll see is on the agenda, and we haven't identified exactly which of those bills yet, but I think we'll see some select and final in the morning, and then I'm sure you're all well aware that 575 was voted out of committee today. I do intend to schedule that starting no later than noon. And on March 20th, I indicated that with regards to some of these social bills, that some of those I'll identify as 421 instead of 842, and I'm identifying 575 as that. So cloture would be in order after 4 hours on 575 tomorrow, which means that if we start at noon, we'll be done by 4. We do intend to work through lunch, and then at the end of the vote, if it goes 4 hours at the end of the vote, then we will be adjourning at that time. With the number of bills and amendments that we have, we need time to check with the offices. So now I'm talking about Tuesday of next week. With regards to Tuesday's agenda, you're probably not going to see that until Monday, because we need time to work with the offices to see what bills can move Tuesday, which ones are ready. So what we're looking for when we schedule those, we are looking for, is the amendment done? Is it ready to go? Fiscal notes, where are the fiscal notes? And those two things to make sure that completed. In order to do that, we have to check with the senator's office, fiscal office, and the revisers. So you're probably not going to see Tuesday's agenda until later in the day on Monday, after we know for sure that the bills that we put up Tuesday are ready to go. And so you'll be seeing that. I just wanted to let you know. Usually, of course, we try to drop the agenda as close to adjournment as we possibly can. It's going to be a little different for next Tuesday. I'm also on Tuesday of next week going to be filing one more general file bill, and that is LB 1402. So what's going to happen on Tuesday of next week, because of where we're at in our timeline, we will beginning when we get together on Tuesday morning, we'll be working through a lot of these select bills in particular, and what has to happen is, because of, again, the layover day necessary, we're going to work through those. We will go to 1402 at some point in the day, late in the day, and then we have to wait for the revisers to get these select bills back to us so that they can lay over and be ready for final on Thursday of next week. So that's a little bit about what we're looking at for the next few days here. And at this point, the body will stand at ease until 6:30. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are at ease.
you.